Welcome to the Jordan School District Board of Education meeting. Today is Tuesday, March 14th, 2023. We are in the JATC South Building, and we have all 7 board members present. We are going to start our study session with Board Policy E404, Safety and Security. This is part of our ongoing process to spend our first hour or less of our study session going over our ends policies. So we've worked on E404 a couple of times, and we are going to get the latest update from that. So I'll turn the time over to Ms. George.
Thank you. So just by way of recap, we finished this conversation in our last meeting, curious about ways that we can measure social and emotional safety in our schools, and with an assignment that Dr. Godfrey and his staff would look at ways that we could potentially report on that issue. So I'll just pop it over to you.
Thank you very much. I've asked Travis Hamblin to join us. There are a number of great measures that we can use for this part of the policy, and I think it was an important discussion for us to have. Having a code of conduct and making sure that people have been trained on our plan is not adequate. So I think this is really good. I think we have some really good data that we're collecting. And if you like what you hear tonight, then I would suggest that we incorporate language into the policy that includes the information that Travis will be covering. And then we can talk about links and making the plan easier to spot and making some of these resources easier to find, like we discussed last time. So I'm going to ask Travis to address some of the measurements that we have available to us, ask questions about those, and then let's talk about whether and which of those you'd like to have incorporated into policy, and we can bring forward a draft that has those included. So thank you.
Good to be with you tonight. I'm excited to be able to talk about these things because I love talking about them. So I'm going to try to be really brief. Just know I could go on for a long time about these things. A couple of the ways that we measure, track, and have evidence of emotionally safe environments. The first one I want to talk about is a tool that we use called Panorama. Panorama is a program that takes information from Skyward and puts it in a data dashboard so that schools can quickly diagnose needs, whether it's academically, behaviorally, or attendance, or social emotional well-being. The data, the most of it all comes straight out of Skyward. The only thing that doesn't are 2 categories. One is the social emotional learning survey that is, number 1, optional for all students and optional for parents. And the other is any kind of interventions that are put in that platform, then it stays in the platform. But it is accessible by all students. All of our schools, or by all schools, all of our schools have it. 13 of them are not using it a lot, but the vast majority of them are leaning into this and use it frequently, weekly, many times during the week. We have many of our schools that have students that are teachers that use this for students. How this really helps us is it is an early warning system so that we can quickly diagnose, we can quickly assess through visually looking. It's got colors. It's what I call cute because you can tell what it means immediately. Skyward has tons of data in it. But it's not necessarily information rich, right? So having a tool for our administrators and our teachers to quickly diagnose and notice when students are starting to increase or decrease in improvement, whatever area that is, and to intervene for that. One of the most powerful things that one of our schools uses it for, Fort Harriman, they love the social emotional survey They administer it 3 times a year. Not only do they use it to decide, okay, how are students doing, but they look at school programs and the effectiveness of what they're doing 3 times during the year so that they can get more, instead of a summative evaluation once a year, they're looking at it more formatively of how to adjust and adapt throughout the year to students' needs, whether that's academic, social, emotional, behavior, whatever that thing is. So that's a really powerful thing that schools have used. We have 12 schools that have purchased a PBIS, or Positive Behavior Intervention and Supports add-on for Panorama, which allows them further to understand social emotional well-being and all of those things for students, and it's really designed around behavior. And they have to have that school-wide system. In the area of kind of moving past Panorama and the early warning, in the area of prevention. And in prevention, we really focus on 3 main areas: suicide, bullying, and violence. And how do we understand the need? How do we adapt to that and address those things? The first thing I want to talk about is I'm going to start kind of backwards and really start with the violence end of that. In order to understand the level of like violence or any kind of things that we have in our school, in our schools, we use a program or a training called the Comprehensive School Threat Assessment Guideline, or CSTAG for short. All of our administrators have been trained on this. All of these, what it helps our administrators do is to identify the level of a threat. Is it transient, meaning kids just need to apologize, or they need to do some minor thing and would never result in being like suspended from school or excluded from a certain thing? Or is it substantive? Okay, there's something here and we need to look into that. Or very serious substantive, which is what might lead to more like longer term suspensions or district level hearings. But it's a process that allows our administrators to understand, it's a decision framework, if you will, to help them diagnose the level of the threat that is being, that has come to them. One of the greatest stories that I will forever hold in my heart on this is the day of the Uvalde shootings. Of course, you know, we had the day, and I was just pulling into the driveway, and I had an administrator call me. And they, unbeknownst to them during the school day, did not even know that shooting had happened because they were dealing with a threat at their school. And they called me, very emotional, just in gratitude for CSTAG, because at the conclusion of that day, when she heard about what had happened at other schools, she was very grateful and confident that she had done things the right way because it helped her diagnose exactly what the level of threat was, and with confidence could then pursue whatever that level of threat was. They keep track of this through a dashboard that we have created, and they also can keep track of their threat assessments in Skyward. So we have adapted Skyward in a couple of ways to track the data as well. So they can put a threat assessment in there, but we've also made Skyward, to the degree that we can, easier to log information regarding whether it's a threat, whether it's suicide or bullying, to really streamline that so that we can increase the effectiveness of reporting so we can understand the situation better. Another tool that we have is BARC. BARC is our student content monitoring program. It's for student district accounts only, so for the Google Suite that they access. It uses an AI that alerts us on keywords and phrases that students might be using. It knows the difference between saying death when in context of talking about like a paper for World War II versus other times it might be discussed. It looks at that content. We have someone in student services who triages that information and then disseminates that out to the schools with support and suggestions on how to approach that with the student and with the parent. We keep track of that data as well. And there's another tool that we have, Safe UT, which we all know or have heard of that at least. That information is disseminated to the schools, but that's another way that we can gather data about how things are happening and what's going on in our school. Other things that are there that are a little less formal that we use to track this information is we have the Mental Health Access Plan, or MAP for short. McKinley through Health and Wellness has talked about that here with the board. But we track that as well. We know how many students, we know where, and how many different vendors they're using. So that also helps us to diagnose and see, okay, is there an area or a need that maybe we need to fill? Additionally, the wellness rooms in all of our schools keep data on who attends, on how they're feeling when they come in versus when they leave. So there's data in that way. Additionally, there's data for counselors, our clinical support staff, and psychologists who keep data on their caseload when they visit with students. And those are the ones that I could think of right off the top of my head.
Thanks, Mr. Hamlin. Also, just want to make sure that I think it's important to point out that this is all required by state law in 53G Section 9, which deals with the health and welfare of our students. We are required to have a prevention plan that addresses bullying, suicide, and violence. And so we have a district prevention plan that you can find on our health and wellness page, and each individual school must have their own prevention plan addressing those three elements as well. All of them can be accessed in real time, and as soon as they update, 5 seconds later it updates on our website, and you can find that on our health and wellness page at jordandistrict.org.
So we talked last time about making that plan more prominent, easier to find. But of the measures that he mentioned, do you feel good about including those measures in the policy? Do you have questions about that?
My question is for you, Superintendent. How do you measure the health and wellness of our district? When does the light go on and say things are okay, or we're in a red zone and we need to, how do you measure them?
Well, I think I'm going to need to shift the way that I measure that, because for right now, for the last 3.5 years that I've been in the position, with some delays due to COVID, of course, I've known the things that I've wanted to see happen because of the feedback that I've received and what we've observed and the difficulties that we've had over the years. And you know, that's a little bit, it's I have to be careful with the way that I phrase it, but for me it's been implementation first of all. Are we getting things in place? Now the measurements, I think Panorama is an important measure of that. I think climate surveys are an important measure of that, but also the behaviors reported. Like we talked about last time, reporting concerns maybe means there are more concerns, but it maybe means we're doing a better job of taking care of things. So I think that the measures that he's talked about move us in the right direction. I think it's getting the processes functioning well and having them well advertised is the first measure. The things that are proven to work, do we have those in place? Are they functioning? Going forward, we need to look more closely at the data that Travis described. To me, it's what do I hear as I'm meeting with groups of teachers? What do I hear when I'm talking with parents? What are the concerns that are coming my way? When a concern does come my way, is it addressed? Do we have the system in place to address it? And I feel like we've been moving in a really good direction from that standpoint. Have I answered your question?
Yeah.
Maybe a question for Travis, right? Yeah. Let's just hypothetically, let's say that we know that the previous 12 months or this school year is a safer, is an emotionally safer environment than the previous school year. That's the given. This school year has an emotionally safer environment than the previous school year. How could we prove that?
There's a couple ways that we are looking at that. The first thing that came to my mind as you were asking that question is, number one, we've got really good at targeted training with our school mental health professionals, and the way that they report that and discuss that within the school and how they operate within a school mental health team. How we also know is it's a little bit difficult to answer that question in one sense, because exactly what Superintendent said is, are we hearing more because we're getting better at identifying it, or are we hearing more just because there's more out there? For us, I will tell you that while there are still many crises that happen, because we respond to all the student and staff crises that may be out there when they need help in the schools, while those are occurring, our bandwidth to manage them is far greater than they've been in the past. So as we experience those, and as we have debriefing meetings, my Southern Utah is starting to come out, I apologize. With those debriefing meetings that we have, we can see immediately, whether it's at the school or at the district level, that we are really addressing them in a much more cohesive, unified, and impactful way. At the district level, like using Panorama, for instance, we use that information to help us form trainings and say, okay, these are where some areas that we see, whether it's attendance, and that's one of the main issues that we've been looking at lately, of how do we improve attendance, because that's across the board a big concern. So using that data to say, okay, where are the hot areas, or the areas that are experiencing more of that, and targeting our interventions and supports and trainings for our school staff in those areas. But with Safe UT and BARC, those dashboards, and with CSTAG, the data is really clear. We have had less instances of the serious substantive threats this year, but it's not enough to say, like, yeah, we've eliminated them. I think we're just getting better at identifying them. I think we're getting better at assisting students and families through that, versus a punitive mindset, if you will. We're more focused on, okay, how do we support that? How do we continue to support that student through this process, and the student and their family, so that I think we have improved. To say that it's better or worse, we absolutely have improved in how we've done it.
Yeah, I guess my question is, how can we, if someone asked us to prove that to them, what could we show them? I mean, that's what we're asking for. How can we prove? How can we measure whether we're getting better or worse?
Yeah, and my response to that would be the same way. We'd have to look at each indicator in its uniqueness, because I could throw numbers, and I can pull the data down, and we can make it numbers. But for instance, one crisis at one school is not equal to the crisis of another. And so we have to tell the story behind the data as well. So we do have data, but we would need to go into the stories about what that is, in my opinion.
I think to expand on what I was saying to Bryce earlier, I think we are better able to respond to problems when we see them. So my initial concern has been, do we have the structure at the district level and the school level to properly address issues when they come, and to work to actively prevent issues? Measuring the outcome, and do people feel safer, and is that having the impact? I think the climate survey is one way to see that, because there's some very specific questions from the climate survey that address how safe you feel. Is there an adult that you know that you can go to? So looking at the numbers and saying these numbers are improving, that's one way for us to address that. So I would say that the climate surveys are one way of looking at that. The Panorama results, we can look at that across the district and say generally we have fewer kids that are in need. But it's not always going to be a reflection of our efforts whether we have fewer kids with needs. To me, the primary objective is to be sure that when there are needs, we're ready to address those. and that we're able to find out about those needs, people feel comfortable coming forward. Because if, behavior, for example, behavior is more difficult. That's not because we're doing a worse job of managing behavior. I think there's some other factors at play. So I know we're giving long answers that should be very clear and concise and crisp, but I think what I'm saying is it's difficult to give the broad picture. The other thing I would worry about is saying, well, our numbers are better on the climate survey, so it seems like we're good. I don't ever want to get in that mentality. There's always going to be an additional concern about safety that we want to address. Maybe this is off topic, but I'm listening to a podcast that is done by students who were at the high school where I was an assistant principal. Sorry. And some of what they're talking about now as adults in their late 30s are, when I was in high school, I was struggling with this. Each episode is an individual episode about an individual student. They just interview that student from the same class. And kids that were in leadership that I thought had everything going for them are talking about things I wish I'd known that I could have helped address at the time. And they're doing okay. They're doing great. They've got families, they've got jobs, they're doing well. But it's interesting how open they are now about what they struggled with then. Some very specific problems that we could have helped address. So it's elusive, and I never want to take comfort in numbers that are improving and think, okay, good, we've got it all figured out. And I know that's not what you're saying. I do want to put some concrete numbers to that. But while it was emotional for me to hear that about students that I knew really well, and so I don't ever want us to let our guard down. And so that's why I've been focused more on, do we have the systems in place and the approach towards students that's going to make them feel like they can come forward and share information. And, one of the things that we track is interactions with counselors. And we've increased counselors, which has also increased the interactions, but the interactions per counselor have also increased. So I think the things that Travis mentioned ought to be included in the policy, and we'll bring one back to you. But we're never going to fully capture how students are feeling, and we're never going to conquer the problem. It's not going to feel safe for everyone
We'll know when it's
all
broken,
the time. We'll know when it's broken,
but we won't know when it's not.
and I think we know more and more about how students are doing in real time. I think we know more and more about how they're doing. There are more and more points of contact for them. The school teams that meet on a regular basis, we have the systems in place that really are leading out. We do need to focus on what are the concrete outcomes from that we can point to. Like I said, I think part of that is, the things that Travis has mentioned and the counselor interactions and all of that, but all of that is going to be incomplete. Even when we pull it all together, there are people who don't respond to the surveys. Those that are hurting the most sometimes are the ones you're going to hear from the least, because they're going to collapse in on themselves rather than reach out. So I don't know. We're always focused on improving our approach to be sure that we're reaching as many people as possible. So I think you ask an important question. I think this is a step in the right direction, and I think in my next report to the board on this, and we can talk about it in the meantime, but I think I can give some really concrete numbers that speak to what you're asking about.
So I heard 5. Let me give you my list, see if it
Okay.
resonates with yours.
Okay.
Mental and emotional health tools have fully been implemented. Mental and emotional health professionals, all positions have been filled. Training has been received and they're functioning. Number 3, anecdotal evidence.
Okay. I like that.
Number 4, year-to-year data comparison. And number 5, pulse and formal surveys. That's what I heard you say. 5
Say-
measurements.
Say number 5 again.
Pulse and formal surveys.
So just
What's
getting a
pulse?
pulse from like,
Oh,
Pulse survey is just getting a pulse.
got
like
it.
when I meet with
Yep.
a group of high school students.
And you could list
after,
that.
after each of the student body officer meetings and say.
You could list that
"How's
as a
everybody doing?"
pulse,
Okay.
anecdotal evidence,
Okay.
or a survey. I heard you say 5, and I just think if we think in terms of what are the lists of metrics that we could include in a policy that are legitimate ways of measuring, and I think all 5 of those are legitimate ways of measuring our progress.
Okay. I like that summary.
Can I ask a question? Some programs that we offer in our schools, some have criticized them because they don't have the deep research behind them to know if they're valuable or not. QPR has had that deep research and is one of them that's really useful. But things like Hope Squad, Source of Strength, Golden Gate Club have not been tested because it takes millions of dollars really to test it. So critics have kind of mentioned that. And Michael Staley, the Utah suicidologist, has said even though these programs haven't been tested, they're still useful. So give me your take on that. Why do we offer programs that haven't had the deep research to really prove that they're successful?
Well, my understanding on that, and just I'm going back to my days as a principal. There were things that you know that are effective, and they work with your students and with your community and with your staff. They may not have had years and years of study and research behind them, but nonetheless, they are effective. And others have used them to effective measures, right? Not only in the district, but typically whenever I looked at anything, and currently even still, I don't look just at what's happening in our district or the state. I try to find evidence outside of the state. So whether it's a 20-year study or the last 5 years when schools have implemented it, they've seen strong success. That's good evidence that it's something more than what I'm currently doing. And it can be a stepping stone to move to that next level. The one thing that I forgot to mention earlier, just a moment ago, Mr. Barrett, is that the social emotional learning survey that has been conducted through our Panorama platform, it shows us clearly that the sense of belonging has increased in our schools. So students are feeling a sense of belonging than they were just a year ago. And that is a key indicator for programs like Hope Squad and Latinos in Action, or whichever program we might have, but helping them feel a connection, because those relationships are really what make the difference when we look at things like suicide and bullying and also violence. We know that connections are the number one thing that help. They don't cure, but they do help. And so, sorry I didn't think about that earlier, but I just thought of that just a moment ago. And Mr. Robinson, did I answer your question?
That's perfect. Thank you.
So one thing I want to add, as far as an ends policy goes, I think what we're looking for as a board is, do we have the programs and the structure in place to help us have a physically and emotionally safe schools or learning environment for our students. I don't think we want to ever get to the point where, okay, we need to increase our safety by 10% every year. That'd be impossible to put a number to that. But I think as a board, we want to know, are there structures in place to assess and to respond to students? And so I really like this discussion. I think, as it was pointed out before, in C2, we said an emotionally safe environment is measured by having a code of conduct and having a district plan. And there's room. I mean, we're doing a lot more than those two things. And I think we've brought up, I like, what Bryce said. I was, thinking we should add to this. There's other measurements like that we administer a school climate survey. That would be a measurement. We look at
Yeah.
Panorama data. That would be a measurement. that we would want to include in here, so that as a board we see that we can see the superintendent is actually doing a lot to help with this. So I have one question though. So before it just said code of conduct and district plan. Is some of this that we're talking about like in the district plan? What's in the district plan? Is that something that we still want to keep here as a measurement?
We can pull that up. Having the plan as part of the measurement, you mean?
Yeah, I just on C2C. So on 2 is the emotionally safe environment for schools shall be measured and assessed by C, a district plan with clear procedures and protocols regarding the wellness needs of students and employees. And then D, the dates of training on the district plan.
Yeah, I think it's reasonable to keep that in place.
So do we want more measurements? You know, are we going to add an EFG to this list, or the things we're talking about part of this district plan that's referenced in C? I guess that's my question. Does that make sense?
I would recommend adding some specific measurements. That will help me when I'm presenting in December. Not that that's the next time you can get information about this, but
Right.
that's what I'm thinking about, because this is what I work from when I'm giving that presentation. And I think if it's outlined, then I can come back and say, okay, our climate survey, this is what's indicated. More people are feeling that they, what was the phrase that you used? They
Sense
feel
of belonging.
sense of belonging. More people have a sense of belonging. Our counselor visits have increased. Our per counselor student visits have increased. So the structure is in place. So I think listing those things is worthwhile. Keeping the plan in, but listing some additional very specific measurements is worthwhile. Does that fit in, Bryce, with what you said last time about, I don't remember exactly how you described it, but you described the structure of these policies, that it goes out but not up.
It doesn't go down. We don't
Doesn't go
reference
down. Don't reference down. That's
We
it.
reference over and up.
Do you feel like that fits in with the way you described that before? Because I thought that was a good way of describing it. I'll bring back a draft next week in our meeting. Coming up very soon.
In 2 of the other ends policies, we actually ask for anecdotal evidence. But for some reason, we don't ask for anecdotal evidence in the mental health policy. So that's an oversight.
And I think here it would really apply. I
Right.
think a story about a very specific situation can communicate the effectiveness of our systems.
Can I ask a question that I might lead into the next piece of this conversation? Maybe not, but I've noticed lately that there are a lot of important pages that our patrons might need, like the health page for Jordan School District,
Yeah.
or fees, or, boundaries was one for a while. But when I go to Jordan's website, I don't see those anywhere. Is there a way that we could link those from the mother page so that people who aren't maybe as familiar with the way that we do things, like maybe they wouldn't think, oh, I should check that. But we definitely heard at our last JPAC meeting, a lot of parents say, whoa, we have all of these resources for mental health. Where? And no one seemed to know. So I wonder if that might help to just bridge a little bit of why when I go in and search, I can't find what I need because it's really on another page.
Yeah, we've had really good traffic on our website for a long time, but we've also known that we need to update the way that it's structured. And I think that can be some frequent links that can have easier access, and we actually have a template of kind of a mock-up of a new site that I need to take a look at and kind of try out for myself. So we've actually taken some steps in exactly the direction you're describing. It's kind of like, maybe this is off topic a little bit as well, but like when you go to the grocery store and the milk's at the back of the store, it's because they want you to walk through the store and see everything else along your way. I really want to put the milk up at the front so that you can just stop by and grab a gallon and head out if that's what you need. So
Do we have data on who the visitors are, like parents versus teachers or staff?
not on who the visitors are, but we have a lot of, I don't have those stats for you now, but we have significant traffic, and we can see the traffic go up when we post about certain things. So we can guess that the traffic is parent related, but we haven't broken that down that I'm aware of.
The reason I asked is because if we knew that 80% of our traffic was parents, we might want to design the site so that it's parent friendly instead of board friendly or administrator friendly, or, how would a parent coming to the site navigate,
Yeah. And we do have the drop-down menus that are parents, employees, so it's divided out that way, kind of a who are you drop-down menu. So if you're a parent, here's all the stuff you probably need. If you're an employee, this is all the stuff you probably need. So I do think that we need to continue that pattern and maybe even double down on that. Who are you? Click on it. Okay, now we've got a page just for you. I like that. I like the idea of organizing it that way. Kind of a splash page that says, all right, who are you? All right, now we've got your custom experience right here. Like calendars. To me, parent calendars, that's the gallon of milk. I want to click right there. And maybe some of you have seen, I'm kind of excited about the popularity of this particular calendar. It's the do we have school or not calendar. And it's blue if we don't, and it's white if we do. The day is blue if we don't and white if we do, with minimal explanation. So you can just look, nope, we don't have school. Yes, we do have school. And that change has been wildly popular, just boiling it down. Because previously, the calendar was so that everybody could see, to your point, every parent could see the days off, but every teacher knew this was a professional day and this was parent-teacher conference compensation, and they knew every type of day. But we made one just really for parents that says, do you have school or do you not have school? And it's been popular, so it's along those lines. So we'll continue down that path. I like that. I like that suggestion.
Okay, I have to bring up one more thing. Letter D. The Board of Education will review the policy quarterly and report annually to the community on the physical and mental safety of students. Would you like this policy to still be reviewed quarterly?
I don't know if the policy needs to, but I think it's critical that we get a report on what's happening in the district. When I went to those mental health classes during the Harriman suicide crisis, one of the things they said is boards should have this on their agenda at least quarterly. We put it on monthly for a long time, but I don't know if the agenda needs to, or the policy needs to come back. But something has to be reported. It needs to be in our thoughts continually.
So not necessarily the policy, but a report. Other board members?
That's me.
So what if we changed it to the Board of Education will receive reports quarterly and not necessarily review the policy? I
I
like
like
the
that.
idea. Every month I check what do we call them? The complaints?
Yeah.
Fraud alerts. Yeah.
I check the complaints in every single consent agenda. If we just had some anecdotal evidence once in a while thrown into a consent agenda, I think that would go a long way to just saying we are continually receiving reports on the mental state of our district.
Yeah. If that's something you'd like to see as a board, we can tell us what form and how frequently, and we can provide that.
And I would just throw in the physical safety as well. Like maybe after we've had, I don't know, some sort of lockdown situation, it would be really nice to have a little review in our consent agenda.
So I mean, we get emails that come every time. Would that qualify as our
They say this.
review?
I don't know. It says the threat has passed or the threat is happening, but I never know, like, okay, here's how worried you should have been about that today.
I thought in our last discussion, we were gonna try to do more with a follow-up with patrons especially, but with the board too, of what happened. And
That's more what I'm looking for.
I had a situation in one of my schools that it really wasn't as serious as it seemed, but we haven't gone back and told them that. And so we have people still alarmed, and so.
When we've talked about taking an opportunity to process or reach out to our schools or our schools reach out to their communities and say, hey, here's what happened. This is what you should do if there's a lockdown, and this is what a lockdown is. I think something like that, a follow-up that says, yeah, this happened. Here's what happened after. Here's how the community has been addressed. Just something simple. I'm not looking for like gritty details, just to know that we're following up and using teaching opportunities as they're being presented. That's just me.
I agree. I think we need one on mental and one on physical safety, and they should not be done at the same time. They should be separate reports.
Okay, this is super vague. Like, I don't know what Dr. Godfrey would know what to report on. Do you want to think about that and come back to this next time? Or do you want to keep, the other board members have thoughts? What do you want?
So are we talking about changing the wording of letter D, or are we talking about implementing it more?
Yes, well, no, D is the Board of Education will review the policy quarterly. So that means us, how we have E404 on our agenda right now. Once a quarter, we have that on our agenda and we review that policy. That's how I read letter D.
So we're
That's my
talking
question to
about-
the board. Is that what we should be doing? Because we haven't been.
I don't know that the policy needs to be reviewed so much as the content contained inside of the policy.
I would word it like this. At least quarterly, the board will receive a physical safety compliance summary in the consent agenda, as well as a mental health pulse statement or summary in their consent agenda. I love that compliance report. It's simple, looked into, everything, no violation. I don't need more than that.
Yeah.
I don't need more than, here was the complaint, we looked into it, no violation, great. And I would envision the physical safety compliance summary would be a lockdown at this school, here's what happened, a brief summary. Someone could type that up with minimal effort and we would get that quarterly. So we're adding 2 reports to the consent agenda that come quarterly. A physical safety compliance summary and a mental health pulse summary. Just my thought.
I like that idea.
Yeah, I like that too.
Why don't, you two haven't spoken up. Thoughts?
I like it changed from a review of the policy quarterly to more of a report also.
And that is a concern. If we're going to ask for hours to go into this report, it needs to be something meaningful to us.
I'm fine with the idea of a consent agenda, but I do want to make it to our regular board meetings agenda from time to time. I would love it quarterly, but at least semi-annually. We need to be talking about this in open like we are right now.
So what would a report entail? how long would it take people to compile something like that?
Depends on what data we want included in that report.
I think knowing up front that's manageable for us to do that. You know, we anytime we send a Skylar, we send it to you as well, and that just means that we can track those and we can follow up on those. And I like the Pulse anecdote. I think if I'm getting it right, the Pulse anecdote means that we're not trying to cover everything that's happening. In the same way that the board mercifully told me, you can just come up with one example of each of the ends policies when you're doing your presentation. I think I view this as a similar thing. Let me give you a little snapshot of what is happening with feeling emotionally safe in our schools. And so follow up on any time there's a Skylert and there's an issue, which I think will help you see patterns. If we pull that together on a regular basis, you can start to see a pattern for what's happening and how we're responding. And then we can make adjustments if we need to based on what we're seeing. And then an anecdote or a pulse here and there. When I met with students, this is what we heard. Or when this issue came up, we were able to quickly address it. Or just kind of some examples of what's happening. Am I capturing what you're talking about?
That's my vision, is it's just simple. Something happened this quarter and the board would really like to hear that. Let's add that to our pulse summary.
Add one request to that.
Sure.
There is always good and bad happening. We always have a reason to celebrate in this district. And my worry is I want to hear the bad too. If there are ways that we need to be improving, if there are ways that our board needs to become more active, please don't sugarcoat that. So if
Okay.
we're only giving anecdotes, that's my worry.
So does that mean we shouldn't be doing anecdotes? Or if we're doing anecdotes, we should make sure we're giving negative anecdotes and positive anecdotes?
And that's the thing. If there's an issue that needs to be addressed, we had a suicide in the district this month.
Oh, right.
Please,
Yeah.
don't be afraid to use that as
Okay.
something that maybe we need to start looking at.
Yeah,
I
Does
think
that
that's
make
implied
sense?
in the word pulse.
yeah.
If my heart's beating at 120 beats per minute and you take a pulse and you don't say that, you didn't take a pulse.
Right. Yeah.
Well, and that's the difference between pulse and anecdote, right?
Yeah, I think I get what you're saying is if don't try to hide difficulties or things that we may need to be working on. And I try never to do that.
And I didn't mean to imply that
Yeah.
you would.
Yeah, no, I think that I think we'll be sharing just kind of a sense for what's been happening, and there'll be positive, there'll be struggles, it'll be a mix. So
That's exactly what I need then. Thank
great,
you.
great.
Regarding the consent agenda, I had a question last time we had a consent agenda. I had some questions on it that I had prepared. I wanted to ask some questions about some of the things on the consent agenda, but that wasn't how a consent agenda works.
Okay.
So if I get the consent agenda, if I get the agenda in my inbox on Thursday or Friday and I'm reading through the consent agenda and there's some questions I have, what do I do?
You make a phone call.
And who do I call?
You call the superintendent.
And I think that's true on every issue. I know early on I didn't really catch on to that, but anything that you look on there, you should be making a phone call to somebody if you have a question. But it's okay also to ask the question then in the public. You certainly have that right. And sometimes you'll catch something that I won't. So I really appreciate when you ask a question.
There's also two consent agendas. One is to accept the consent agenda and one is approve. And the items on the accept consent agenda are just informational. They're not for board discussion. They're reports that we've asked to be included that we want to look at every month.
Ask for a clarification of the report, but a discussion about that item is not necessarily appropriate.
And,
Public was not alerted as to that discussion was going to happen.
and we are only voting to just accept that, yes, we've made these reports public, we accept that. But the consent agenda items, if there's something that you want to pull off and discuss, at the time we get there, you can say, let's motion to approve A, B, and D, but I want to pull out C. That can be done at that time.
I think, however, it's much more advantageous for you to understand it beforehand. That's just my opinion.
I'll make a phone call.
But I do think, like, if you have questions, it doesn't hurt.
Want it to be
I think
pulled
it's
off
okay.
and discussed, we can do that. Okay, should we give Dr. Godfrey a week to talk to his staff and find out what would be reasonable for a consent agenda report to us quarterly and come back next meeting?
Is that enough time?
Sure. I kind of like that we have a board meeting next week because, like, it doesn't feel like, wait, what if we don't do it now? We don't have time. Like, hey, we'll be back before you know it. So, yeah, we can bring something back. I don't think that. I like anchoring it to something we already do and using that framework for providing this sort of information. I think it'll allow you to see patterns and we'll make sure that it's unvarnished and that it's useful information for you. So I'll talk with the group and we'll bring back a draft of the policy that includes the things we've talked about. And I appreciate Travis being here and his work in creating really building a department from the foundations and moving us forward at a very rapid pace through a difficult time. And we've got great people. They presented to principals today, and I had principals stopping me saying, wow, we've got really great people. I'm just reminded of that every time they present. So just a really strong principal meeting today focused on the types of things we're talking about. So thank you.
Just for my own to-do list. So Superintendent, did you say you were going to bring a draft back?
Yes,
Okay, then I will not.
unless you would like to.
No, please,
Okay.
please.
Okay, great.
And the draft that's on board docs now does have the parallel language that we talked about last time in A4 and 5.
And you're also going to address letter D, the wording in letter D?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. Our next agenda item is a discussion on proposed graduation speaking assignments for the class of 2023. Hard to believe that is coming up so soon, but it is.
Yes, exciting. Thanks for having me. We wanted to look, hopefully in your board docs, you see the document that was provided. We have updated that document in preparation for the upcoming graduation ceremonies, with the exception of those things on the right side that are still in green. So I have also left in green those that spoke at those locations last year, just as a reference. But typically what we've done in this study session is just kind of go through this and identify who will be speaking at each of the upcoming ceremonies. I will also be providing further direction of expectations for those of you that will be speaking for the first time, as well as everybody, just as a reminder of what it is we do. But for
You don't
right,
say the right words, they have to come back and graduate again.
That's
So
for right now, we're just trying to get information back to our high school, so as they're making preparations for their ceremonies and invites and information, they'll know who the board members are that are speaking, as well as the cabinet members. So that's what we would like to accomplish tonight, if possible.
Updated, just
The
out of-
themes are updated. That is correct.
Locations, times, all of that's correct. We just
Yep.
need to put in board member names.
If you need help with a speech, you can just read all of the themes in order, kind of makes a nice speech, you know.
Start where you are. It's
I was just gonna
actually
use that new-
appropriate that Bingham's is first.
Chat GPT. Just to
Yeah, that's right.
write me a.
Write me a graduation
Yeah.
speech. Yeah, that's true.
I hadn't
I'll
thought
bet
of
that.
that.
Give him
Those
the-
are only
give him-
like 3 paragraphs, so that works
Before
good.
this high
I'll stand up with the same one.
Yeah. Boy, I
Brian's
like
just
that.
making
I'm
us all
looking
more
forward.
efficient.
Assign me to Mr. Barnett's graduation.
All right, let's start with Bingham, because I'm going to call it this year to speak at it.
So let it be written.
I'm gonna fight you for it.
My baby graduates.
I'm
Still gonna
teasing.
fight?
I'm teasing. I'm teasing.
You're gonna lose next year
I
too.
had to
So.
give her a little bit of push there.
I will say this, though. You might want to come with a backup speech if I am a complete wreck that day, which I might be. You're on deck.
Okay,
No, I'll make it.
I would like to be there.
Yeah, and just as information, so those names that are listed in smaller are planning to attend those ceremonies. They're just not speaking. So the one listed at the top in the bigger font is the board member that's actually speaking at that.
That's gonna be Tracy, right?
So that will be Tracy, it sounds like.
And
And
board
then-
members, you can attend any ceremony you want to,
You
even
can.
if you're not speaking.
Marilyn and Bryce, did you guys both say you wanted to go to that one?
I will not be there.
Is the goal 3? Is there a goal? Okay,
There's no
Not a
goal.
okay.
As long as there's one person to speak and declare
I'd
them
like a speaker
graduated,
at each of them, yeah.
all we need.
You want to go school by school, or should we just
Okay.
jump?
Yeah, Copper Hills.
I am absolutely going to Copper Hills. They might be sick of listening to me, though.
Luckily, new kids graduate every year.
Yep.
Those poor parents. I'm happy to speak.
And I'd like to attend, because, anyway.
Okay, Nikki's speaking. Lisa also will be there.
I will be there.
And Marilyn will be there. Okay, Harriman High.
I'll be there.
It's an evening one.
Happy to speak.
Okay, Bryce speaking. You can put me down for being there.
I might be there, but I really
Kings Peak is awesome. That was a fun one last year.
like to be there late.
I think I'll also go to Harriman.
Kings Peak is the virtual school. Is it a virtual graduation?
No.
But it's
It's very
it's a
literal.
lot more intimate. It's like a middle school gym. Or not gym, sorry, auditorium.
Students meet their
Yeah,
teacher.
it's hidden right, it's held right there at Hidden Valley. Yep, you can see that.
Okay, Kings Peak.
I want to go.
Do you want to speak or go?
I'd love to speak.
Okay, anyone want to arm wrestle Daryl to speak at that one? Okay. Anyone else going to be there? All right, Mountain Ridge.
I'll go to that one and the Riverton High one. I'll speak at one of those two.
I'll go to Mountain Ridge.
Which one do you want to speak at?
Brian, are you gonna speak?
I'll speak at Mountain Ridge or Riverton High. I'll attend both of them. So,
Have a preference? Maybe we should ask first. Who else is going to Mountain Ridge? I'm not.
Is anyone else going to Riverton?
I could probably make it work.
At Utah Valley.
Yeah, then being back at Harriman by 7:30.
That
Well,
was super hard
And
last
aren't
year.
you aren't you Copper Hills?
Yeah, at 9 though.
And then Riverton's at 5, yeah. Brian might be the only one at Riverton.
You better speak at Riverton.
I'll speak at Riverton.
You're speaking at Riverton.
And so Daryl, are you at Mountain Ridge then?
Okay, is there anyone else at Mountain Ridge then? Brian will be there. Daryl's speaking. Okay. West Jordan High School.
I'll be there.
Speaking?
Sure.
Anyone else going to be at West Jordan High? Okay, Lisa, West Jordan, and speaking.
These next four that you're looking at, as a reminder, they're on a different day. You've got May 31st for Valley and South Valley. So if you're looking at conflicts, just be mindful of that. It's a different day.
Marilyn, are you speaking anywhere yet?
Not yet, but I will be at South Valley.
Where would you like to speak?
South
South
Valley.
Valley every year.
Well, you can have it.
Every year.
You can have
Actually,
it.
I
You
took
can
it
have
last year.
Oh, did you?
You didn't speak last year at South Valley.
It says Marilyn did.
At it, but I've never heard a
It says
speaker
it
at
says Marilyn spoke last year.
Oh, I can't remember that
I
part.
thought South Valley
That's why
was
we leave
just a
those on there
parade.
so
Do
you
you?
can see.
Last year, we actually, yeah.
I was at it.
We just handed out certificates.
Yeah, and we met all the kids and had pictures with them.
There's really not a speech there.
But I would be glad to speak somewhere. I just don't
Yeah,
know
where do
how
you
I'm
wanna
going
speak?
to, make it work schedule-wise.
Because you'll be at Bingham at 1.
I'll be at Bingham at 1.
You can take Copper Hills if you want. If you're still planning on going to Copper Hills.
I am. At least I put my name in, but I don't know. I was thinking maybe Mountain Ridge would be smarter on my part because I'll already be down in Utah Valley.
Oh,
Yeah.
so should I race you off Copper Hills?
Yeah, I'll go to Mountain Ridge. Then I'll already be down there. I won't have to fight traffic.
So speaking at South Valley though,
And do you want
I was.
you want to
teasing you.
arm wrestle Daryl to speak at Mountain Ridge?
You can speak there. If I'm speaking at Kings Peak.
I would speak, but I don't have to. I'd like to go to West Jordan too, dang it. So you say, I don't care. Daryl?
Well, you're not speaking yet, and he is. Might make sense.
Okay, I'll speak.
Hey, Valley.
Did we determine South Valley?
No, we haven't determined Valley, South Valley, River's Edge, or Curry City.
Oh, and Miss
wait.
Valley.
Valley, South Valley, or River's Edge. We have not determined.
I'd like to attend Valley High graduation.
It's a fun one too.
I'll attend there also.
I think I want to come too.
Daryl, speak at Valley.
Mr. Sorensen, it's going to be where?
That will be at the Zions Bank Stadium out in Harriman. Outside.
That it's no longer named Real, so we need to change that.
No, that's the name of the
The
stadium.
Real Academy.
Is that the name of the
school.
stadium?
Yes.
They still use that? Okay.
Real Academy is listed though, and it's really Salt Lake Academy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think we just take the Real Academy off.
I'll confirm the actual name of the venue and make sure it's accurate on this final.
But that is owned by Real.
The Vivint Smart Home Delta Arena.
Yeah. I'll be at Valley's. So at Valley's, we've got Daryl, me, Nikki, Lisa.
Daryl is speaking. Is what I.
Good with that.
Okay, South Valley.
I'll be there.
And speaking, right?
I'd like to attend that also.
That's my favorite one. I'm going.
Okay. Lisa, Marilyn, and Nikki will be there. Do you want to speak, Marilyn?
If they speak, I'll speak. If we just do a parade, I'll parade. If we do shaking hands, I'll shake hands.
Great.
Okay, River's Edge. June 2nd. That's a Saturday. No, Friday.
Friday.
Was there not a graduation last year then? Is this,
What's that?
I'd like
no,
to,
there's no one listed from last year. Is this a new graduation or?
I think I had a conflict.
I think it was a conflicting time and none of us could go because we were at other ones, if I remember right
I
from
think
last
that's
year.
right.
Yeah, and I think they were okay with that. They were able
Yeah.
to move. Or,
They
I mean,
didn't
not
have
that they were.
those boring speakers anyways.
I can do.
Brad just told the truth.
You didn't want things sugar coated, Nikki. You got it. You got it.
That's actually what they all
Thank you for your
said.
direct approach.
And it's from your group or ours, actually. So, yeah.
I can do River's Edge.
I'd
And I
like to
will-
attend
And I will
also.
not give a speech. I will just
Be there.
be
Yeah.
there and give diplomas or whatever they want.
Okay.
Tell me what River's Edge is.
Dr.
It's one of
Godfrey?
our special schools for extreme behavior issues and other special needs. So
And
it's a small group.
It'll-
It's our smallest school.
I think when I was last time I went for graduation, there was maybe 3 graduates.
Actually, I think that's what it was, is we ended up not having anyone graduate last year, now that we say that. I think there was one that was slated and it ended up not being anybody, so nobody was needed.
Okay.
That's what it was. So we'll put people on the list and then let you know as we're there, if that need is still exists.
Okay. So it was me and Lisa. Okay. And then Kari Sue,
I want to go.
we don't do anything, but if
It's a week earlier, so
as
yeah.
board members, but if you want to go, it's a really sweet graduation.
It's fun.
I would like to be there.
I'll be there too.
I'd like to go.
I'd like to go also.
It is Memorial Day weekend, unfortunately.
yeah, I'll be out of town. Darn it.
Okay, so can I reconfirm and just make sure that my notes are correct as we go down the list? So at Bingham High School, I have Tracy Miller speaking with Marilyn Richards in attendance. And that was it. Is that correct?
Which one is that?
That was Bingham High.
You're not going, Bryce? You
No.
can't be there?
Next year, my son graduates.
So that does mean that Marilyn, you'll be going from Mountain Ridge up to Bingham.
Correct. Well, not up to, I'll be at the same place.
Oh, you're right. They're both at
That's
Utah
why I
Valley.
did it,
Thank
yeah.
you. Yep. So then with Copper Hills, we have Nikki George speaking with Lisa Dean in attendance. With Harriman High, we have Bryce Dunford speaking. With Nikki George in attendance, Tracy Miller in attendance, and Daryl Robinson as a maybe. Do you want me to list your name, though, or you think you'll be getting there late?
Don't list me.
Okay,
I'll just show up if I can.
great.
We tried that last year, and I thought I had a fast enough car, and I didn't.
Okay. Then at Kings Peak High School, we will have Daryl Robinson speaking. And I didn't have anyone else attending. Is that correct? I want to make sure I'm not missing something. Mountain Ridge High School, Marilyn Richards will speak with Daryl Robinson and Brian Burnett in attendance. With Riverton High, Brian Burnett will be speaking, and the only one in attendance. At West Jordan High, Lisa Dean will be speaking and the only one in attendance.
Add me to West Jordan. I'll just work from wherever I am.
Okay. And then at Valley High School, we will have Daryl Robinson speaking with Tracy Miller, Nikki George, and Lisa Dean in attendance. And at South Valley, we'll have Marilyn Richards speaking with Lisa Dean in attendance. And Nikki, I can't remember, were you in attendance? Yeah. Okay. And then at River's Edge, we'll have Tracy Miller and Lisa Dean on standby, ready. We have graduates. And at Kari Sue, we will have Daryl Robinson, Lisa Dean, Tracy Miller, and Marilyn Richards in attendance. Okay. Does it? Thank you.
Brad, I'm sorry. I'm just thinking maybe it makes more sense for me to attend Riverton so that Brian's not there all alone instead of Harriman, which already has 3.
Sounds good.
So if I go to, yeah, I can make that work.
Okay.
Okay, great. Next, we will have a legislative update. Dr. Anderson. And I've said this last time, but I'll just say it again. Thank you so much for representing us so well up at the legislature. We really are very involved and have a lot of great relationships and able to get a lot of good things done. And Dr. Anderson just plays a key role in that. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And I couldn't agree more that we work together, and it's an honor and a privilege to represent the school district up there and work with our government relations committee, chaired by Ms. George and Mr. Barnett, President Miller. It's a privilege to work with everybody in that, and I think we did some good things this session and helped avert some things, and it was an interesting session, to say the least, as they all are. I've been doing this 10 years, and each session has had its own unique flavor and
Complexion.
yeah, exactly. So today, I've been asked to just give a recap, if you will, and a quick summary. This will be a quick overview. We, of course, can't cover all of the 1,900 bills that were introduced and the almost 1,000 that were passed. It's just not possible, and over 100 education-related bills that were passed. So, but we'll try to encapsulate a few key things. There were a lot of issues, as you can see, just the graphic here, everything from civil rights to housing and growth in the state of Utah. There were a lot of, early on, this session started hot and heavy with House Bill 215 and teacher pay and vouchers. And of course, water was permeated the session as well as a key subject. So with that being said, there are a few takeaways. Does anybody know what this is?
Brine shrimp.
This is.
The state crustacean.
It is now. Ms. Dean, well done. You get a star. It is the newest, well, it is the only state crustacean, but it's the newest designation for a state designation for an animal, creature. I don't know what's next, but last year we had the state tree, we've had the state rock, we've had, so the state crustacean.
Is this a picture of the ensuing celebration after the decision was made?
Yeah, these are the brine shrimp celebrating their prominence in the state of Utah forever. This, of course, we have a new state flag.
Don't like it.
We've kept the old state flag, and Ms. Richards' comment is apropos of the sentiment throughout the state. There are mixed emotions about it, so much so that I never thought a flag could create that much controversy, but it has generated some, to the point at which there is a referendum in the works now that could possibly put this question back to the voters to decide whether or not we should have a ceremonial flag or a symbolic flag. It didn't do away with the old state seal, but it did introduce the new beehive.
If we
flag.
keep this, what does that do to, like, do we now display this in our boardroom, or do you do the traditional one and in our schools? Like, do we know the answer yet to that?
I don't.
Is that our choice?
There's not a rule on what you can and can't. I just know that for official occasions, the state seal will still be used, but I think the new flag will be used as a kind of just a symbolic kind of the new standard, if you
A
will.
new logo.
Mhm.
Kinda.
We might have to go every other month because I like the new ones. So, and then
Me too.
Marilyn likes the old ones. We might just have to trade off,
Yeah.
rotate.
I didn't think I liked the new one, but the more I've looked at it, and then just for the record, if you have not studied how we got the original flag, I think that was worth a study.
It is a history lesson in and of itself,
Yeah.
and how Utah gained statehood, and the symbols that are included on there are very intentional, very targeted to gaining statehood. So it's a great history lesson in and of itself.
I do like the one that has the mountains and stuff, though. The white's kind of nice, but I do like the mountain one.
There you go. See, again, representative of feelings throughout the state here. All right, this was one of the bills that we talked about early on in the session. It actually drew applause for the potential of having Halloween celebrated and observed on the last Friday of October versus the traditional 31st of October. It did not go anywhere. It did not make it out of the Senate.
They made it a joke in the debate. I was like, no, I mean it.
Yeah.
I'm serious about this change.
You were not alone. The elementary principals clapped when this bill was introduced. They were all over it. But Senator Bramble kind of cast in the mood of the Senate in general. He says, I don't think we should trick the public on this. I think we should treat the public to a no vote. And it did go down in the Senate. So
But could we implement that in our own district? We can celebrate Halloween whenever we want, couldn't we?
Well, but the point is, we don't want them to go home and trick or treat all night, then come to school the next day with
I understand
hangovers.
that.
I suppose if that was the will of the board, we could probably make a policy.
I believe
D
some
1031.
schools are already choosing to
Something
do
like
it
that.
different days. I've been in or PTA and school community council discussion. I think most of it stick with Halloween, but I think there was one year that they might have done their
That worked
parade on a
out.
different day.
Depending on when it falls. So let's get into the meat of it, and Mr. Larson is here to chime in wherever I may omit anything or add clarification. We're happy to answer any questions along the way about any particular bill or clarify anything on policy change. Basically, there are going to be three topics that I'll cover during this recap. One, of course, is the education funding question. We'll cover what's been done with the vouchers, school choice, educator pay. We'll cover full day kindergarten briefly, and then talk about curriculum instruction and sensitive materials related bills. Overall, this is a snapshot that I actually snagged from the Utah State Board of Education recap. I think it's a good overview of what happened. The highlights of the session in regards to funding increases. This was a record year for overall education funding, more money than ever, $7.5 billion, as you can see there at the bottom. 8.8% was the increase to the total minimum school program, and the one we've all come to know and understand the best probably is the WPU increase, which was increased by 6%. 3.5 or 3.4% of that was due to the mechanism put in place, the stabilization account that allows the WPU to automatically increase an index to inflation. So 3.4% of that was generated by that mechanism, and the other 2.6% was allocated by the legislature.
So that 6% doesn't include the teacher increases that were tied to 215, right?
It does not. No, the 6% is separate than that. If you were, Mr. Larson, correct me here, but if you were to take the $4,200 allocated to teachers, that represents just about 6.6% of an overall increase to an
For
equivalent of that.
educators?
Yes,
Boy, my recollection is 6.9.
6.9. Yeah. So a substantial increase either way. That's
Explain to me the teacher increase, because we keep throwing a number of 6,000 around, but that's not really 6,000, right?
Yeah, I will get, we've got a slide that
Okay.
will explain that in
Thanks.
just a second. Yeah, it's a good observation. I think this is a really important graphic that Mr. Larson and I worked on with, and credit to Chad Margits and his abilities here. But overall, there was 1.16 billion of new state education money. But when you break it down to one-time money and restricted ongoing funding, you can see there that the $236 million in WPU increase is really the 20. It represents 20% of that, and it's the only truly discretionary fund that we have there. Everything else is state restricted, either in one time or ongoing restricted. So there's an earmark or a name to the other. So that's a challenge because we want what the legislature wants, and that's flexibility in our accounts, right? Anything else you'd add to that, Mr. Larson, in terms of the overall discretionary amount?
Just 80% of the new funds are tied, restricted. That, I hope that underscores what I've been telling the board for a few years, that that is a significant problem in education.
Restricted monies. So 20% is what we have really the greatest flexibility with. There was a proposal to amend Utah's Constitution. There's actually two of them. The first one we've talked about in here before, SJR 10. We'll put the question to the voters as to whether or not to amend to allow income tax revenue to support other state needs. And along with that, it would provide a public education funding framework, a sort of guarantee and assurance, if you will, for funding public education moving forward. This will be on the ballot, passed handily, and it will be on the ballot in fall of 2024. Between now and then, they'll work on the framework for the public education funding. And the other amendment to the Constitution will be HJR 18. That will put the land trust question, which is designated in the Constitution as being 4% of the average market value being distributed to schools. That will increase it to 5%, which will mean more land trust money for our schools. They've capped it currently constitutionally, so each time that needs to change or there's a need to do it, it will go back to the voters to raise that cap. Okay, here's some other funding, teacher-related that Mr. Robinson brought up. First of all, HB 215, that's the school choice voucher bill that also tied teacher pay to it. The actual amount that teachers will see on the salary schedule, Mr. Robinson, is $4,200. When you heard $6,000 being thrown around, that is the number they threw out there when you factor in benefits. Our calculations actually have it a little bit below 6,000 overall, but that was they used that as a round number for the overall compensation package. In reality, teachers will see 4,200 on the ESA, and if you look at our salary schedule, there's a column that specifically designates the $4,200 on there. That will double this year because of this bill. So teachers will now get $8,400 on the educator salary adjustment, or the ESA. Does that answer your question in regards to that?
I
Is
think
that-
so.
Is that one time?
It is ongoing. Yep. But it is.
So is it paid out at one lump sum or
No.
over the?
No, it's going to be paid out throughout the course of
Rest
their
of their career.
paychecks. It's just an addition that is specifically allocated by the legislature. We make a line item on our salary sheet to designate that's set by the legislature. They gave it. They can also, in theory, take it away. It's not set by us. That's why it's separate on the schedule.
In essence, it is a grant whose rules of the grant are that every teacher shall receive a $4,200 pay increase, regardless of the grant for which the teacher is being paid from. So a grant paying for other grants within the grant. So we're trying to we have to pull 4,000 or 8,400 of every teacher's pay out of whatever grant they're being paid from and pay it out of this grant. One of the struggles with this program is that means that the legislature is subsidizing all the federal grants.
Could you put a name to those grants, please, John, and go through an example of a teacher that might be in the situation you're talking about?
Want to do Title One?
Sure.
Okay. A teacher that's hired out of Title One, their entire pay, because if they are being paid entirely out of Title One, or let me rephrase that, if they are working for Title One 100% of the time, then their entire pay would be charged to Title One. We're then required to go in and remove from Title I $8,400 plus the associated benefits and put it over into this other grant, so that then Title I does not get charged for that portion of it, and this other grant called Educator Salary Adjustment gets charged for it. It makes budgeting and planning for everyone in the district, including our principals, much more difficult. This isn't just district office folks. We're talking principals have to deal with this too, as they look at TSSA as another example. They're looking at those funds. Then land trust, they have to then say, okay, wait a minute, so what is actually going to be charged to my, it's not the salary of the person, it's something different than the salary of the person.
Who qualifies for this?
It's outlined in the bill. It's going to be licensed educators that are school-based, not administrators. It does include counselors, psychologists. For example, it does not include school nurses, but because we pay school nurses on the teacher salary schedule, we supplement that ESA in paying them.
I've heard from members of various employee groups that are concerned they're licensed employees, but they're not included in this. And the board has been paying the original $4,200 for these groups, so that everyone receives that's licensed. So that's one other way that the initiative is announced but not funded at the level that it would appear.
A good example of unintended consequences that have reverberations for implementation in every district.
So I asked the question because I'm just thinking that some of our licensed employees are going to be frustrated when they go to open up their paycheck and they think 6,000's there and it's a little.
Yeah, we've tried to make that clear with them, that it's a compensation package, that again, even 6,000 is not entirely accurate. It's below that when we count into our, take into account our benefits.
5,500 rounds up to 6,000.
Gotcha.
There you go. There you go. It's a rounded number. But
Gotcha.
the actual amount of 4,200 is the increase that they'll see. Of course, you split that over 12 paychecks, and it's not in the lump sum, and it will show as 8,400. Closely related to this bill is actually a bill that passed that I think was unheralded and not very much talked about, but it will very much directly impact this, because SB 83 ties future increases to the ESA, to the TSS, and the TSSB to inflation and an increase on the WPU. So they will see adjustments when the WPU gets increased and subject to inflation as well.
I think there's an important distinction there that Dr. Anderson had on an earlier slide, is that the voucher increases based on inflation. The teacher pay only increases based on the WPU. So one is guaranteed, one is not.
But the bill that you were just talking about isn't a guarantee then?
It is. SB 83 ties the increase to, but it's subject to inflation and increase to the WPU. Standard.
Yeah. It is a very unheralded bill. I agree. It's very good. But
Tell me how the inflation is different then. Oh,
it's just two different measures.
So this one, the ESA will increase every year if the WPU increases. But if there's a year that the WPU does not increase, then there won't be ESA increase, correct?
And currently,
it isn't that tricky because now that the WPU is also tied to inflation, there is a component of the WPU that will automatically increase subject to inflation, and that inflation is adjusted over 5 years so that you don't get the peaks and valleys, and the spikes in inflation or stagnation or whatever. But so there is, it's a tricky formula, tricky way to explain it, but basically the ESA, TSSP are both going to see automatic increases that are subject to WPU increase and inflation.
Is the voucher inflation increase also averaged over 5 years?
I believe it is.
I don't know the answer to that.
I believe it is.
So another distinction there, on the earlier slide, the WPU amount is down there at the bottom there, 4,280. The voucher is 8,000.
And sorry, go ahead.
So roughly double. The voucher is roughly double what we receive, and then they get it increased based on inflation.
Inflation.
And people have asked, well, where did they get the 8,000 from? And I think that's when you factor in the WPU plus the other, it's based on the average that it takes statewide to fund a student, not just with the WPU. I think that was why they arrived at the $8,000 mark. When you count in local effort plus the WPU, on average, we spend around $8,000 per student in the state of Utah.
That's only state funding, not considering any federal.
Yeah.
All funding.
Yep.
All funding.
That was my understanding.
Oh,
What
maybe
I was told
I would
was
take
it was
I would take that over. what I said.
that it was 8,000 over all funding. So they were grabbing the 8 and just saying, well, if we're going to try and do an equivalent, let's just do 8, whereas the state is 4,280 plus all the restricted programs.
It clear as mud for us
Yeah.
now. We
So
can-
back to the educator salary adjustment. So when we finish negotiations and roll out our package to our employees, this will be part of it. We'll, say, here's what's going to happen to your compensation this year, and this will be part of it from the legislature.
And I think it's important, as Mr. Larson pointed out earlier, it's an equivalent of 6.9% increase.
Thank you for that clarification, Marilyn. You're exactly right. It is not from the legislature, it's from the taxpayers.
That's right.
Yes, thank you.
You'll recall last year they allocated $64 million to educator prep and collaboration. That they scaled that out to 32 hours per full-time educator. They re-upped that again this year. It was one-time money last year. It's one-time money this year. But teachers and I think it's all school-based educators, including principals and psychs and counselors. Principals at the school can get this, but they can collect 32 hours of prep and collaboration time. Now, it is not subject to their daily rate necessarily, because $64 million spread over the entire state, subject to what districts pay different teachers. It will have to be prorated, so it'll be a good amount. It just won't be exactly what they make on a daily or hourly basis. Does that make sense? So, of note, in regards to other, I put this in here because I think district referendums directly impact how we fund teacher salaries. So I put that on here. HB 372 was held by and large part due to the efforts of this school district. Mr. Larson was instrumental in educating a lot of the state on the problems of that. Mr. Van Komen and his legal analysis was instrumental in that as well. HB 372 was held, and I want to emphasize held because I suspect we'll see some form of it come back next year. HB 175 was likewise held and sent to interim for study. That's something we'll see again. This was sponsored by Representative Strong, and again, credit to the committee and in particular Ms. Miller, who spent a long time with Mr. Strong talking through this and trying to make it better. Ultimately, it was held because it was going to be an unfunded mandate. There was not funding to offset the fee impact that would have. We were in favor of the concept because doing away with curricular fees, we've talked about it in here before, is a good thing, but we also need to be kept whole. And our calculations from just the Jordan district perspective would be that curricular fees constitute about $4.9 million. So to offset that that money would have to be offset somehow, and ultimately that's kind of what tripped this bill up and caused it to be held. Undoubtedly, we'll be back. We hope with funding. That was our consistent message is we like the concept, but we can't have an unfunded mandate when it comes to this. Full day kindergarten passed. The state allocated $25 million of ongoing funding for full day kindergarten. That's an amount that I frankly thought was a little low, but it was signed off on by the USBE and the United Way, and we don't know exactly how that's going to be distributed by the LEAs and what that's going to look like. We're eager to participate and expand where we can, and more information will be coming on that. Stay
So
tuned.
nothing right now.
As of right now, we don't know exactly how that's going to roll out to each LEA.
Have we identified any all-day kindergarten programs as of right now?
Yes, we have 10 what is called optional extended day kindergartens, OEK, and then we increased it by 6 new schools last year. So we have 16 full day kindergarten programs. The OEK program was folded into this program, so how we expand it beyond there, we do have a list that we reviewed in cabinet, and we'll be updating that and prioritizing where we would want to in terms of where does it make geographic sense, where is their space, where is their need. It does require the schools to still offer a half-day option, and it is subject to space and availability and the ability for the school district to offer it.
What's the motivation for full day? Who wants full day kindergarten?
Working parents.
I think there's been an increased demand for a full day kindergarten. Working parents, of course, certainly, but overall, from an academic perspective, kindergartners that go full day, the evidence and the data that's collected from full day kindergartners suggests that they come to school much more prepared in terms for literacy and other skills coming into the first grade. So that's the main push, I think, behind that. And a lot of advocacy groups ended up supporting this bill. There were some pushback against it, but overall, a very popular bill that passed handily.
Is there enough kindergarten teachers in the state? I mean, that's gonna be one of the challenges, right?
Yeah, kindergarten teachers, classroom space, and so forth.
Will we lose some kindergarten teachers because a lot of them work half day?
Some of them do, and I talked to elementary supervisors today about this very issue, and there are a lot of half-time kindergarten teachers who are willing to go full-time now with the advent of full-day kindergarten, and we have principals who are saying, hey, I've got parents asking every day about this. They're eager for it. In fact, they're waiting to see if we actually can offer full-day kindergarten to enroll here or if they need to take them elsewhere. So it's a question that's on everybody's mind, and we're just as eager as those parents and principals are to get more word from the state.
And you're gonna bring that back to the board? Your
Yes.
plan? Okay.
Yes. Academically, Washington County is an example where they used district resources to increase full-day kindergarten, and I think it's available everywhere, and their reading scores shot up because they just had more time with kids starting out. So that's been the focus, I believe, at the state level, is there's data from Washington County, but also from across the country, that when you do full-day kindergarten with the right training, because just more time doesn't automatically equal better outcomes, then you can have an impact. More academics have been moved into kindergarten over the years, and more reading, I should say. There have always been really valuable things going on in kindergarten, but the reading has intensified. They're learning to be in school, and so there's the additional time has made an academic impact.
There was a lot of, as you know, we talked about a few of them, but a lot of bills related to curriculum, instruction, and sensitive materials. I don't appreciate slides like this very much, so I apologize, but I had to get all of the information into one slide. A few of the highlights of bills that did pass: SB 55, sponsored by Senator Fillmore, on curriculum transparency. That is a bill that passed. That was probably the best of the curriculum transparency bills that JLC supported. If districts, LEAs, choose to adopt district-wide curriculum, it has to go through a transparency process that includes 2 public meetings, a process that allows parents to review the content online, and just gives more transparency to it. That's only for district-wide curriculum. Okay.
Would that apply to our new math curriculum?
It would have. It doesn't
It
go into
have, it
effect.
doesn't?
Yeah, because we've passed that, or it's in works. It would, I believe, it starts July 1st, the new bill, the new law.
Not required. It still would be
Because it's-
considered a district-wide curriculum.
Correct.
Because it's district-wide, it's adopted as a district, yeah.
SB 103 is something this board's already made a change to, so it doesn't impact anything other than just codify what's already in place in our policy. Allows
Likelihood of being sued just went down because it's now in code.
correct, yeah. I mean, they sue. It's state law. So, cultural and religious regalia at graduation ceremonies. School grading, HB 308, didn't get a lot of this as well. This is one of those under the radar bills that I think is a welcomed change for educators. Schools will no longer receive the letter grade. We talked about it briefly in here, that the designations, CSI, TSI, because those are federal designations, will still be in place, but it does eliminate the letter grade for individual schools. HB 465, transparency amendments, again, something that we already can do and do in our library curriculum. Requires LEAs with libraries to have an online platform that allows parents to view the information and see which books their children have borrowed from the library. We have that in place in Destiny. It's already something we do. So, HB 427. It's called the Individual Freedom of Public Education Law. It would prohibit teachers from dismissing or talking discriminately about religion in school subjects. It also allows students to pray at school. I think why I put this in the tentative, it would, because I think there are education groups that have asked the governor to veto this bill because gender identity was not included as one of the protected groups listed in the bill. And that's something that's being discussed now. Governor Cox has indicated he will sign. He plans to sign it, but is listening to the groups that are asking him to veto it. So I think HB 427. The significance of it is that it was the only bill related to sensitive materials and curriculum transparency in that sense, in the classroom sense, that passed. The rest were sent to interim or died on the board, and you can see the list of at least 6 that I put up there that had our attention, that we had concerns with a lot of them, and ultimately they didn't. So, again, going back to the adage, I think historically it's accurate to say that you should judge a session by the bills that are passed, but personally and in the moment, it's important to also look at the legislative session through the lens of the bills that were introduced and that were talked about and that could have passed. So I think both frames and both paradigms are important ways to view a session. History will judge the session by the bills that were passed, most likely. But right here in the here and now, we're still feeling the aftershocks and the reverberations of bills that were introduced that didn't pass as well. So I think that's my way of saying it. I think those are reasons to appreciate and thank those that worked up there so hard against some of these bills to make them better. That it does show that work and effort and talking with legislatures can make a difference.
Do you have a feel for, was there like a common thread among these 6, 7, 8, 10 bills that dealt with sensitive subjects? Why they didn't pass?
Each one had its own unique reasons. I think if you ask for common threads, I would think just a lack of clarity on what certain definitions mean of controversial, of inappropriate, just what it meant for teachers, the message that it sends to teachers about what they can and can't do in the classroom. Just today we reviewed the D200, which is our district policy on instruction in the classroom, and which I think is a really good example of things of a policy that clarifies exactly what can and can't be done in the classroom. And these bills did not lend clarity. In fact, they would have muddied the waters in a lot of instances and caused teachers to wonder, like, can I teach this? They're very polarizing, very controversial issues that just didn't. A lot of these did not lend a lot of clarity to.
Can I just add to what Mike mentioned? I spoke to principals today in principal meeting about D200 and the changes that have been made. That's the second time I've spoken with them about it. and Teaching and Learning put together a PowerPoint training on D200 that we've now given to principals, reviewed with them, and they will review with their faculty at each school. It will also be included in the policies that all employees have to acknowledge understanding and reading at the beginning of the year. So we've talked for a long time about that training, and that training is in place. So
Could I get a copy of that?
yeah, we'll send that
Point?
to you.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. There are other bills of interest, and on board docs, you'll probably see I put several documents on there. One was I think a very good overview that was compiled by the State Board of Education, and it's just a summary of education-related bills. I put screenshots of that up on this presentation. I also put some fiscal information on there of what was funded and an overview of the funding provided by the state legislature. I think in closing, I just want to say it's hard to argue with the amounts of money that were funded. I think what John pointed out so accurately earlier is that it's just really about the flexibility that we have, or in most cases don't have, with a lot of the funding that is of any concern. I think we can live in both camps of being very appreciative and grateful for the funding that was infused into education and how that was prioritized, while still having a level of concern with the flexibility that it gives to LEAs and leaving it local control. I think we can live in both worlds there. So overall, I think the outcomes of the session were successful, but we undoubtedly have work to do in the future as well.
Can we talk about one?
Yes, please. Any other bills or any questions in particular would be great.
HB 348.
And you're testing my memory on this.
Cheryl Acton's bill about minors can now request a waiver. Fifth graders can now request a waiver from a curriculum activity. In the past, 53G 10205 said any parent or a secondary student. Do I understand that correctly, that now a fifth grader can request, even without parent permission, a fifth grader can request a waiver?
Yeah, that's when the way I read that bill, I mean, that's what the language says. I would wonder if we wouldn't request and even potentially require a parent sign off on that.
Now, the student is, the school is required to notify the parent, but parent permission is not required for as I understand this bill, parent permission is not required for the student to be granted the waiver.
Yeah.
If it violates their religious belief or right of conscience.
I think it has to fall under the religious belief or right of conscience, and I believe that the parents, my understanding in all of the explanation of that, I have to go back and look at the specifics of the law, that it's has to involve the parent. And I guess in keeping with...
But then how does that change it? Because doesn't the law currently say that? If a parent of a student determines that the student's participation in a portion of the curriculum would require. So right now the law says any parent, but it does designate that or a secondary student. So what's the change here? Can you speak to what is this law changing?
Yeah, I have to go back and look at the specifics and maybe get an analysis on that. It's a good question.
Yeah, I'd prefer to deal with this not in this context.
Yeah. I think going back to D200, it does allow for alternative assignments to be given us already. We do that in our policy, and I think there are some questions there that are best answered.
Yeah, I can discuss this with others. I just don't feel like we should take the time. This isn't the appropriate place.
Okay. Any other questions on any other bills or issues that you have questions on?
I just wanted to thank you, Dr. Anderson. You're such a valuable resource to all of us during the legislative, all year long, but especially during the legislative process. And can I just publicly thank our legislators? They do a really important job for us. They give us the laws and guidelines that we base our policies on, and the state board also, and they each have their own role. As I watched them, I love having the position of a local school board, because we can get it right? We can, if we're not happy with the policy and where it sits, we can table it for the next meeting. And they have that session really to get it through with all those other bills. And so I'm really grateful for that. And I'm grateful for the educational funding increases that they gave us. We commonly are maybe a little ungrateful that they are funding better. We always point to, yeah, we're last or second to the last, which might be true sometimes, but I'm grateful that they're making an effort to give education in our state even a higher priority, and we do excellent with the money that they give us.
Yeah,
on the
agreed.
public
Thank you.
safety.
And I agree. I get to know our legislators better, and we have good relationships with all of them. It's just my hat goes off to them for being willing to step into the arena to we may not always see eye to eye on things, but I have a great deal of respect for any elected official, and especially during that 45-day sausage grind of a session. It's brutal, and they really put up with a lot of they invest a lot of time, effort, and means to make that happen. So I credit any public official for that, including present company.
Thank you.
So, can I ask a quick question on SB 227, the school board ethics complaint investigation requirements? So, what is that process? Do we know yet what that looks like? Who is this commission? Any details there?
My understanding with this is it stemmed from an issue in another district where there were some ethics complaints, and I always have seen this bill as entirely unnecessary because I think there's already a way to lodge ethics complaints about any elected official, but specifically a school board. So I don't know what the ethics review commission looks like. That's probably going to be something that's put in place at the state level. But yes, to summarize, I thought this bill was entirely unnecessary.
So tell us the process of what the district does now. On most of these bills, I believe we wait for USBE then to create board rule,
Yep.
and then we change whatever policies need to be changed. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I'd ask Mr. Larson to chime in, but typically we'll know how the funding breaks down by mid-April-ish? Mid-April, we'll get how the funding breaks down for our school district. So out of that $25 million for full-day kindergarten, we hope it's by mid-April. We'd love to have it sooner than that. So that's one aspect. The funding comes in April. State board rule gets made. A lot of these bills, unless they otherwise say so, like if it stipulates upon signing, or sometimes it's the first week of May for a lot of the bills. Otherwise, it's July 1st for the implementation of them. But July 1 is a common implementation date for many of them. And to your point, the state gives us updates as to how it impacts each departments, and they'll give us summaries that pertain to us. They'll give us trainings if necessary, and then create the state board rule and pass it that jives with the individual law.
John and I have a 2-day meeting in St. George mid-April where we will receive training from USBE about the impact this will have. USBE also provides a document that summarizes all of the changes and the impact on districts. Sometimes USBE is directed in the law to create a rule, and sometimes they're not. So it's really based on the way the law is written, whether we're waiting for a rule. So sometimes we're waiting for a rule, sometimes we're just implementing the law, but we're always waiting until that mid-April training. And it's been a recent change to have the business administrator and superintendent attend the same training. We used to be separated. You can imagine how much I'm going to appreciate having John next to me at the table as we talk about what this means for our district. So going forward, we may be bringing, the next session is to bring changes to policy that we propose to align our policy with the law, and we'll be making adjustments to procedures as well as necessary. So
when do these changes get written into the code? When is the code updated?
Unless there's a date specific, I don't know exactly. It's typically May-ish. I don't
First
know.
week of May.
Yeah.
Some stipulate July 1 if it's a fiscal bill sometimes, but typically it's first week of May or upon signing if there's there'll be a stipulation in there that says if it's passed by 2/3, then it becomes law immediately upon the governor signing it. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'll just echo what Daryl said too. I mean, there's, lots of ups and downs and goods and bads, but there were really a lot of good things that came out of this legislative session. I mean, the funding is tremendous, and some of the bills that didn't pass were also pretty significant too. And we have several legislators in our area that are great to reach out and talk to us. And, when Brian asked those curriculum bills that didn't pass, why not? A lot of them are dealing with issues that we spent a year trying to get the wording right on our policy, and they've got their little 45 days that they're trying to get it all done in and get it right. And and that's tough. And so I'm very grateful for the legislators in our district that reach out to us and ask questions and try to understand as they're going through that process. So thank you. Okay, our next agenda item, just as a reminder, at 6:30 we have a time certain to do our fee hearing. And so we'll take a break in about 15 minutes and do that fee hearing, and then do that fee hearing at 6:30. So our next agenda item is just a continued discussion on our board priorities or things we want to work on and accomplish as a board this year. And the top two that we identified last time. One is our ESP shortage, and then the other is working on our building and bond plan. So for our ESP shortage, we've asked Dr. Godfrey, we want to start with a review of where we're at, because we've actually done things recently to help with that situation. And so I think it'll be helpful for us as a board to know what have we done and what are we currently in the process of doing, and then we can decide where to go next from there. So we will ask Dr. Godfrey to give us a review.
Okay, let me just go over some of the things that we've done. Some of this is for this. All of these changes, we haven't made broad changes for all ESP. That works through the negotiations process. That's with the board making budget allocations for that as part of that process that we're entering into right now. What we have done is John and I had, and sometimes Scott was included or other cabinet members as appropriate. I believe, have we met with every director? We've got a couple left. We've met with most directors, and what we've done is had a lunch meeting with each director, like I said, with a couple more to go, and said, where are the needs in your area? What increases or changes or adjustments can be helpful? And I've also met with groups of administrative assistants, and I'll be doing that again in the next month in their next meeting, to just say what are some of the needs that you have. And what we have done is either used resources that the board has allocated to me over the last few years, or found ways to reduce spending in an area so that we can address another need. So this is, rather than raising all salaries, which is something that we also, I know, are focused on, it's to be surgical about saying, hey, in this specific area, if we could make this change, that would make an impact and allow us to retain people or attract people to the job and to cover the necessary work. So let me go over, this will not be an exhaustive list, but let me go over some of the examples of what we've been doing. As part of the $12 million that the board allocated last year, we increased the time for administrative assistants at the elementary level so that they have an extra week that is paid for in the summer so they can come in and stay caught up on things. And so that's one thing we did as a support. Also from that same allocation, we did the we moved hall monitors from part-time to full-time, and we're able to hold on to some great folks that way because they were able to get pay and benefits, and that was part of that $12 million allocation as well. The nutrition services technology staff, we moved from a lane 7 to a lane 8. We were able to do that within the nutrition services budget. And was that so it just made sense based on their job duties to go from lane 7 to lane 8. So lanes are assigned based on the job description, and then steps for ESP are assigned based on largely the number of years of service, not exclusively, but the step that you're on doesn't equate exactly to that. But when we talk about funding lanes and steps, that means allowing people to have that annual increase within their position. So changing a lane says, hey, the nature of this job suggests that the job itself should be paid more, and then each of those steps is worth more as you move up to a different lane. Is that an accurate description, John? Okay.
Are those lanes and steps on our website somewhere?
Yes, they are
Publish
on our
those?
human resources. John can send those to you. He'll send a link so the board can
Sorry, I
access
wasn't
that
listening
directly.
very well. Did you say all nutrition services staff, or did you?
The technology position. Can you describe that? Do you know what that position involves exactly? It came from our discussion that I think it's one per school. I'm sorry, I can't give you more detail about that, but that was based on a conversation.
That was all my clarification.
And they said, hey, whenever we make a change, it's not, hey, are you as an individual valued in the job that you do? It's, is the lane that is assigned to this particular job proportionate to other job assignments in the district? If I raise this particular position, now it changes the pay for that position in relationship to others. Does that make sense? And do we need to raise others as a part of that? So it's a thoughtful discussion about the context around these changes. Does that make sense? And I'm sorry, I can't tell you more about that. That was made maybe a year and a half ago, so.
It wasn't that you said it poorly, it was that I heard it poorly.
And then we made the high school 25-hour camp and clinic position full-time. So it was a 25-hour position full-time just because of the work that's involved there. And again, that means we're able to retain people who have been interested in that position. But we also gave flexibility to high schools to say, you can give a full-time position, or you can have, I believe it was an additional 25-hour aide for the price of making that 25-hour aide full-time. So if you've got someone who's doing a great job and wants to keep that 25-hour position, then you can add an additional position and cover it. So we gave them that flexibility to do that. We increased the 6-hour nutrition workers from lane 2 to lane 3. And we've been able to retain those workers much better, much more effectively than other districts have because of that lane increase, but also we've allowed them to continue to qualify for insurance. Is that correct, John?
I distracted him.
I'm just going to take that as a yes, John, because if you weren't paying attention, it means you were trusting whatever I was saying.
And he's down to whatever monetary.
Tell me the other thing. Yeah, he's bound.
$6
I
million,
like that.
Are you okay
I like
with
that.
John?
Tell me again. For the 6 hours, there was another component to why we've been able to hold on to our 6-hour nutrition services positions beyond the increase in the lane. Was it that they continued to, it's retirement benefit. One of the few. Yeah, go ahead.
to my knowledge, we're one of the only districts that provides retirement benefits to our 6-hour nutrition workers, which is a fantastic thing for them, helps fill some of those positions.
And those 6 hours in the middle of the day, it can be a great job if you're dropping your kids off and you're home in the morning as they leave and in the afternoon, and then got those 6 hours in the middle. So anyway, it may cover breakfast and lunch too for some positions. So at any rate, that 6 hours, we've done some things specifically for them. Valley High School daycare assistants have been increased in the number of hours that are available to them. That's the daycare for students there who are bringing their children, and that allows them to get an education there at Valley. We moved full-time custodian assistants from lane 2 to lane 3 if they complete required training. That was a significant investment in trying to fill more of our custodial positions. And I will add that, as mentioned in a previous board meeting, we also extended the opportunity for custodians to work additional hours to cover open positions. So and that's linked to what position you're trying to cover, but also the pay for the person who's covering the position. If it's your highest paid custodian, then they may only be able to work 2 hours a day to cover that 8-hour shift. But that overtime can be paid for because we haven't filled that other position. So that has allowed, I think that has helped with retention, because previously there wasn't overtime available for employees to cover for an opening, and so they have to just go home and leave the work undone, or as a result, then it's added stress on them. So ideally we have those positions filled, but it's allowed some employees to increase their pay and cover the need. We moved maintenance workers to lane 6 so that all maintenance workers have been moved to lane 6. We had a few groups that were doing similar work, but were paid at a lower lane. So all of them are at lane 6. Got some nice, and I've received nice emails from all of these from all these groups. And individuals have reached out in appreciation.
Just curious.
Yeah.
On these groups that are grateful and that we're adjusting lanes and steps and
Yeah.
things, does the staff notice that, or does it come to your attention by someone who says, I'm doing the same thing this guy's doing, but he's getting paid more than I am? I mean, how does that work?
This has been from the lunches that I've had with directors. I've said, where are the issues? And they say, well, I've got all these maintenance workers. They're doing similar work, but these guys are paid less. It would sure help if everyone was on lane 6. So then it's that feedback that has allowed us to do that. It's also sometimes individual employees talk with me, and then I can talk with the director, and they say, yeah, that is a problem. Or they may say, no, I think they're misunderstanding how this works, and then they will talk with the employees. So it's come both directions, but the lunches with directors have been really worthwhile in giving me just direct information. And I'll say in advance, I'll say, when you come, I'm going to ask you, what do you need from us as a district to help your department recruit and retain the people that you need and to function at a higher level? So despite the many openings we have, I think we've made some real improvements because of this feedback from them. Does that address your question?
Yep.
We've moved transportation routers from lane 6 to lane 7 and from lane 7 to lane 8, depending on their current position. They're really essential in providing that coordination of effort. It was mentioned today in a meeting where I didn't expect it, appreciation for the substitute pay, the substitute bonus that the board has supported. It's really been effective. You never eliminate the problem of not having enough substitutes, but by giving a bonus, and we give a bonus that we experimented with a year ago, October, so it's been a while. We give a bonus if you substitute a certain number of days in the month, and the bonus increases depending on how many days you substitute, with no cancellations. So if you don't cancel a job and you work a certain number of days, you can get an increasing bonus. So a sub mid-month may say, hey, if I just do 5 more days, I can really elevate my pay with this bonus. It's really been helpful. The appreciation I heard was, hey, we're able to sometimes actually schedule the professional development teachers need, because we feel like we're able to get substitutes if we plan that in advance, because we have this increased demand for jobs. The substitutes want to earn that bonus. So let's see, what else can I mention? We made a Lane 2 12-month secretary or administrative assistant at the high school a Lane 4. They'd been doing similar work to others, so we moved that lane up from the high schools. That resulted from principals advocating for that, and then a meeting that I asked to hold with administrative assistants at the high school level. And years ago, I held one with elementary, and like I said, more of those meetings are coming up with middle and elementary going forward. We moved warehouse drivers from 3 to 4 and 4 to 5. Those are the main things that we've done. I'm sorry, it's a long list to talk about, but I'm excited that it's a long list of groups that we've been able to help kind of make some adjustments so that within the context of what we pay ESP, we've been able to increase that. And the big one is that I announced today in principal meeting that the board had approved increases for our special education support staff. Very exciting. There was an ovation, an enthusiastic applause from the principals the moment we announced that, and we talked about it in level meeting, and each individual employee will receive a communication about their increase in pay. So thank you for that. Thank you for supporting that. I think it's really going to make a positive impact on our retention and our ability to attract people to the jobs that are really essential, and that will go into effect April 1st, depending on whether you're part-time or full-time. That may be your April paycheck or your May paycheck, but starting April 1st, you're earning at a higher rate. So principals are informed, and like I said, individual emails will be sent to those employees. Thank you for that, and thank you for your support in all the other things that we've done. So this is the largest group that we've worked with and the largest investment. So it's the special education group.
Thank you. That was really helpful.
Thank you.
Can I ask for a copy of that list to continue to exist and be updated throughout the year so that we can at any time take a look at it and just watch that priority grow?
Yeah, absolutely.
Much trouble.
Absolutely.
And then can I just ask a general question? I know we're pushing up to a break, but why 24-hour aides? If we have a employee that wants to work 40 and deny the benefits, why can't we do that? I just want to put
John,
that
can
on
you
public
address that?
record. I think I know the answer.
There are
but-
certain benefits we have to pay
Yeah.
regardless of what they choose. They may choose not to accept the insurance, but by law we have to. Anyway, I'll let John be more detailed in this.
Once they get to a certain level of hours, we are required to place them into the Utah retirement system, which is the most costly benefit. And if you offer any one benefit, you're open to the other benefits.
Is that a state law or a federal law or what?
As the state retirement system has within their rules that if you offer any benefit, you must offer that benefit for them.
And there's also some federal that kick in.
My question is, could that ever be changed by people like us? Because I have a lot of people that say, I'd love to work 40 hours. I don't need the benefits. My spouse has the benefits. I would love to work more, but we handcuff them a little bit. And I just want to make very clear, this is not us that's driving that ship. This is state and federal laws.
They could still work. They could apply for a full-time job and just not sign up for health insurance. But there's going to be other insurances that we're going to cover them with. which by definition at the state would be a benefit. Industrial insurance, workers' comp insurance, disability insurance, the retirement system. And according to the state, we're required to count FICA taxes as a benefit as well. So that is, when you look at our benefit schedules, FICA taxes as well as Medicare taxes are reported as a benefit.
So it's a huge jump when we make someone from a part-time to full-time in the cost.
Yeah, it can be. But they, of course, they're welcome to not sign up for insurance. That
would be a savings.
that's optional. Yeah, that's savings.
Thank you.
And this isn't a benefit necessarily, but the other effort we made is the job fair in January, where we sent out postcards, and that really helped fill positions. So that's another important new effort in retaining and recruiting employees. So
Do we have data on how many positions were short district-wide and in which job families?
I don't have that updated, but I can get that for you. Do you have, how recent was your latest survey, John?
My survey was done at the end of the calendar year.
So we've made some changes since then. So John surveyed every department and had those numbers at that point, but we can update that for you.
But you feel like these changes that you've made have had a impact, or you've been able to see the impact?
Yes. Yes.
More so with retention or attracting new employees?
It's hard for me to say definitively. I think a lot of it is retention.
I don't mean to downplay.
I think a lot of it is retention because most of these aren't starting pay. You notice it's not increasing the step one pay. It's saying going from a lane 5 to a lane 6. I think a job that's a lane 6 instead of a lane 5 attracts people to apply for it, but it's hard to say. But my guess at it is more retention. Because people say, why am I doing this job at lane 5 when I could go someplace else and get paid more? Oh, I'm at lane 6. Okay, I see potential for increases over the years. I'm going to stay. It's both, but more retention, I'd say.
Okay, we'll come back to this agenda item. So if you have any more questions or if there's additional information you want, we'll decide as a board how we want to move forward with addressing this priority that we have to solve the ESP shortage problem. So we will come back to that, but let's take a 10-minute break and then we'll meet out in the big room for our fee hearing at 6:30. Okay, welcome to our fee hearing. It's Tuesday, March 14th, 2023, and we're at the JATC South Building with all board members present, and we are holding our second fee hearing. We did our first one at our last meeting. We're required by law. Actually, it's not a hearing, it's public comment on fees. I misspoke. Okay, so we're holding our second public comment period on fees as required by law. There is nobody that has signed up, and also nobody has sent in any comments online. Is there anyone here desiring to address us on fees? It doesn't look like it. I'm just checking in case there's an invisible person. Okay, that concludes our public comment period on fees.
Question.
Yes.
What are the chances that once the fees are ready to go, that we'll have people ready at that point to give public comment?
100%. August.
And these public comment periods were sent out to everybody through Skyward.
So how do people find out about it afterwards, but not find out about it now?
They have to pay the fee. They find out about it when they have to go in and write the check.
Well, they find that we sent a notice to everybody, so they find out about it now. Whether or not they read that email or paid attention to it, usually we don't pay attention to it. We have to write the check, right? That's just human nature.
Yeah, I've seen it happen a couple times. I mean, I've only been involved a few months, but I've seen it happen 2-3 times now where people come in after the fact, after they can't do anything about it, and they're frustrated. And I'm curious if there is something we can do about that. Maybe there's not, but I'm just curious if there is.
This board has tried. We've made school fees a big focus of what we've done. We've really looked over what's being spent, how the process goes about. We've looked at making sure this year's money is spent on this year's kids. So we've made it a part of many school board meetings. So I don't know. I don't know the answer, but we're trying.
Yeah.
But I guess if fall comes along and there are complaints, that's our opportunity to educate people on the process of next February, when you get your email about school fees, pay attention and come in and talk to us.
Saw it happen with the truth and taxation. Saw it happen recently with the math curriculum thing, and apparently we're going to see it again with fees. And from a parent's perspective, it can be frustrating that, I mean, if they read the email and they didn't do anything about it, then it's their problem. But if for whatever reason they didn't know when the right time was to voice a concern, maybe there's something we can do to help, or maybe we're doing everything we know how to do.
Pretty clear. We gave them the dates and times of our fee hearings or fee public comment periods, and even offered to have them contact board members directly, which one person did. I know at least one person read that and contacted us.
And they can still speak when we go to approve them, right? So they have one more time opportunity to speak, or can't speak then?
But next week when we vote on it,
We approve it.
we always allow people to speak right before we vote.
So get the word out, Brian.
When I was I was catching up on the Supercast this week and listened to Tracy's little commercial about board meetings and contacting your board members. I think that was yet another point of contact and offer to reach out and get to know your board member. So I do feel like we've tried a lot of avenues, but like most things, you pay attention when it pertains to you, and right now this feels like far in the future.
When we first made significant changes to fees, we were getting a lot more feedback and more people coming.
For the extracurricular.
there aren't a lot of significant changes.
E-
this year,
Even last year,
so-
there was a lot of people here because we were changing the category has to stay in the same category, so.
I think just because there aren't a lot of changes this year, therefore there's not a lot of feedback. Okay, anyone else? All right, we will recess back into the study session room. All right, we are back in our study session. It's still March 14th, 2023. We are on the agenda item board priorities. So we were just discussing the thing that we identified as our highest priority, and that was our ESP shortages, and heard a great comprehensive list of kind of the surgical approach that Dr. Godfrey's taking on that. Is there any, and for the new board members to know, we'll, as we go through the negotiations process with JESPA, with our ESP group, I'm sure we'll be, discussing more things we can do as a board. Is there any other information people need or anything else you want to discuss at this time? Okay, awesome. The next thing we identified that we wanted to work on was our building and bond plan. So basically how to address our growth that we have mostly out on the west side of our district. And so we have our next agenda item is actually our housing and enrollment continuum. We thought as executive committee that we wanted to bring that forward again and address that. That's a document that's older that we haven't updated for a while, and it helps drive some of our decisions as we're making decisions on how we want to accommodate growth. So that'll be our next agenda item. And then facilities committee, I know, is in the process of working on updating the 5-year building plan. So they're working with, student services department and getting data to determine what schools are needed next within our 5-year plan. So I think we're rolling on that, and I think that's our next step. And then after that's identified, likely finance committee to discuss options on how to finance those new schools. In the past, we had a separate bond committee to kind of be the steering committee to look at that issue when we were getting really close to putting a bond on the ballot this last fall, which we ended up not doing in the end. What are your thoughts on that versus just having finance and then facilities working on the issues at this point? My recommendation is just that we move forward with having facilities committee do their next step and then finance. So if no one has any other ideas, then
I just agree with that.
Yeah.
I think that those are conversations that need to be had as a full board transparently.
I agree that they do the deep dives, but then we have a full board discussion.
We might need to make some assignments if a bond was to go forward at that point, like getting, all the steps together. I think is really, really important. Yeah. So.
Okay, we'll move on to our next agenda item then, and that is a review of the housing and enrollment continuum. Dr. Godfrey or Dr. Anderson, do you have any comments on this document?
We have, are we able to zoom in on that at all? There we go. Thank you. The elementary alternative, or the alternative housing options, there's a storied past to that where we really went through this process to decide where the pain points are for housing students. One of our bond initiatives in the last 10 years involved going to each school community council and talking about the options and why we were proposing what we were. And depending on who you talk to, a group will tend to think that other groups could make a particular sacrifice that would allow their group to avoid a sacrifice. And there are just a lot of considerations on how we address housing issues. Sometimes it's based on how long we think that issue will be a consideration, and sometimes it's just based on feedback that we've had from parents. Those without kids in school have kind of a separate perspective on things because there's a different impact on them. So everyone looks at it a little bit through the lens of how this will impact them personally. So we created this continuum to give the board members a chance to kind of prioritize where they would like to, what approach they would like to take to finding housing for students. For example, if we simply said we're going back to year-round, and we're going to have a year-round calendar in any elementary school to avoid having to build more elementary schools, then we could avoid building additional elementary schools. But at a certain point, the board decided that it was a worthwhile investment to build elementary schools where necessary in order to be able to phase out of a year-round calendar. Portables, we've talked about portables before. Portables are a means of expanding and contracting the capacity of a school. So we may build a new school and have portables there right away because we know that there may be another new school down the road eventually, or there will be a shift in population, and we want to be sure that we can expand and contract that building capacity. So there are really three categories: preferable, acceptable, and undesirable. And everything kind of moves along the continuum. Pocket busing, for example, is undesirable, but the most desirable of the undesirable options. So if we do have to go there, we can go there. That's just an example of how that works. If you had a philosophy as a board where you said, we do not want any portables, no one should have to be educated in a portable, first of all, you'd have to build about 7 more elementary schools instantly because we have that many portables, or that many elementary schools worth of portables in use right now. But no, portables are acceptable. And the permit moratorium is acceptable. Not allowing permits and having up to 6 portables, that's a preferable option. We're comfortable in that zone. Acceptable is that we revoke permits, which the board has done if we have to. Permits are keeping us from being able to house everyone. We revoke permits. We move a program. You know, it's acceptable to have to move a program if that's required to accommodate the growth in an area. We might have more than 6 portables if necessary in order to make things work. And acceptable, but moving toward the undesirable is a boundary change. Right before that is the modified traditional schedule, the early bird, later gator, where we had larger class sizes with smaller classes beginning and end of the day. And then in the undesirable, we have pocket busing, year-round virtual option, grade reconfiguration. There's also XYZ, which means that every 3-week rotation, then you're moving students every 3 weeks so that every class is used at every moment. Sends a bit of a shiver down my spine, but and grade reconfiguration, you know, maybe we move a grade level to create space. And then double sessions we've done a number of times over the years, but that's been short term. Say it's been a long time since this has happened, but you know, we start building a school and we open it before, you know, we make boundary changes before the school's complete, and we have double sessions in the old school until the new school's done, and then we move students to the new school. So that's kind of a rough overview. What's helpful is establishing, is this the right order? Are there things that we would take off? I think it's helpful to have options that we are very unlikely to use. It's still, I think, useful to have them up there so we know, hey, at least we're avoiding some of these less desirable options. So this is kind of a template for helping us make decisions. About how to house kids in growing areas. So
Also makes for good talking points with parents, for example, if they're if they're upset that we moved a program or a boundary change. If we show them something like this, at least they have a better perspective of, oh yeah, well there are 5 other things that are worse than
right,
that.
that's right,
Yeah.
exactly. And we've tried all these other things first.
Yeah.
Before we got there. So, any questions about what this looks like? This is from the days of Moab, our mother of all boundary changes. That was a district-wide boundary change. And
This isn't right. This is an updated version.
this is an updated version, but it started with that process. Any questions about this or thoughts about changes that you would suggest?
I still like this. I'm not sure pocket busing is put in place. For me, remembering who I am and what I advocate for, but the virtual options seem to be better than a pocket bus, especially when you're talking about cross-district busing. So, I don't know how others feel on that, but
Find the year-round, this is elementary school,
yeah.
the one we're
Right.
looking at right now. So define what year-round elementary virtual option is.
We did that with, did we do that with South Jordan
Yeah.
Elementary a little bit? That was when we, do you remember what that configuration looked like? We allowed for some portion of the rotation to be virtual to reduce the number of kids there. It was a temporary thing with South Jordan.
Each track would go for a week or two where they would be virtual and check in with their teacher that way. It would be
I remember
staggered.
it now. They were on year-round school.
They were on
Right.
year-round, but there were, yeah.
And what it's allowed to do is they were on year-round schedule, but because they were meeting virtually when they were off track, they were basically allowed to keep a traditional calendar, but they were year-round.
There you go. That's the description.
Which was more desirable at the time, because the real draw against year-round was we didn't do it in all our schools. So if you had a family that has secondary and elementary school students, that was the real struggle. It's not like year-round wouldn't work, but when you have kids on one schedule and other kids on another schedule. So it seems to me that virtual year-round option for elementary and even at high school would be more favorable than pocket busing my kid across the district, but that's just me.
I think this continuum is somewhat iterative. It's
Yeah.
a spectrum, so there's not one clear, definitive point at which you have to transition to one another. It depends on the timing, the circumstances, the manner of the, how much time we have until a new building goes into effect, for example. I think there's a lot of factors that, or variables that come into play in the decision of any of this.
What's clear, though, is when we get to undesirable, we really need to be looking at a bond or building new schools or something.
Well,
Right.
I think it's interesting that this isn't necessarily, we haven't all, sorry to keep bringing out the pocket busing example, but we didn't look at moving programs, or if we did, it was before my time. I just feel like we didn't even follow our own order.
Part of Moab, are you talking about, which schools are you talking about?
West Jordan.
I think that was as part of Moab, and we did look at programs as a part of that earlier discussion. I don't know that we've talked about it since
It's
you were on the
painful for
board.
me to point it out because
Yeah,
I am personally benefiting from programming there, but that is a DLI school. Was it discussed that that would be moved? And
Yep.
yes, we
But
talked about every
what was
program.
the decision? Why did we go with a less desirable option then?
Because of the number of students projected to come. We couldn't move out enough programs to house it.
And I look at the pocket busing decision as a very temporary thing, because it now puts a target on there that we need a middle school out there. You know.
And I look at it as absolutely permanent,
Oh,
because we do not have a plan in place to fix it.
At the time we made that decision, we were going to go to bond this last fall. So that was the plan at the time. So by the time those houses were built, we were going to be in the process of potentially building a school or have plans. So that was the thinking, however many years back that was. Now that didn't pan out.
And if my memory serves me correctly, the first proposed boundaries took pressure off of those West Side schools, but because of pressure from parents, boundaries were changed so that it was options that parents wanted. And I believe that is part of why the Sunset Ridge and West Hills have so many students.
And so I guess my question really is this actually the order that we hold as a priority? Because it's not the order that we're acting in.
It doesn't mean that we have to move every program out before we pocket bus. What it means is that these are considered preferable, acceptable, undesirable. But if an acceptable option doesn't solve the problem, we may skip over that and go to a less desirable one rather than moving a program and pocket busing. In the case of Sunset Ridge, pocket busing alleviated it to the point that the board was satisfied with what that was going to look like going forward. So it's not that you have to do everything preferable or acceptable before you do something undesirable. It's you have to evaluate whether that will address the problem. Now we have recently done everything except the modified traditional schedule in the preferable and acceptable. And we're doing pocket busing currently, but we year-round and grade reconfiguration and double sessions have not been part of the plan for a while.
So I didn't compare the two side by side, but are the secondary alternative housing options in a different order, or are they very similar?
Have year-round.
Same order without year-round?
Without
Same
year-round.
order without year-round, yeah. At one point we talked about year-round secondary and it just doesn't work.
But there would be a modified traditional schedule would work for secondary also?
Yeah, good point. Modified traditional is designed for elementary only at this point. I mean, we haven't even discussed it at the secondary level.
But could the year-round virtual be a possibility? It seems like that would be more plausible for secondary than elementary to me.
I think it's too complex. I don't know.
Done year-round in secondary ever.
I know, I'm just saying, like childcare, in regards to like ease for families. It seems easier at a higher level.
The way that year-round would, I think, have to work at the secondary level is creating a summer semester. And then you assign students to 2 semesters, fall, winter, summer. And then they get 2 out of 3. And you have teachers who choose to teach 2 or teach 3. And but I don't know that you could do every 6 weeks a rotation because you have teachers teaching different subjects, and I just don't see how the logistics would work. So even proponents of year-round secondary have looked at it as a 3-semester model.
And that would be very complex because so many of our activities are driven at a certain time of the year. So if I have somebody on the basketball team, I need to be in session, but my other kids track and they're off, and I don't even know how that would work.
Yeah.
Can I go to all 3 and graduate early?
Yeah, that would be another possibility. I like the idea
I'd actually
of
like to do that. That is of
well, I like
interest
the
to me.
idea of a summer session, but I think
We investigated at one point if we could get an FTE allocation for students who are taking core classes over the summer to accelerate their.
Can I ask a question about the secondary alternative housing options? What is a blended schedule in the undesirable? What does a blended schedule
A
mean?
blended schedule is having students take a portion of their day virtually and a portion of their day in person, so that you create kind of two tracks of students. And part of the reason that's undesirable is that you're kind of forcing that on folks. But there's an advantage to that. There are some arguments that, you know, with remote work and other things, that students would benefit from being required to take a virtual class. In some districts and some states, that's a requirement, that you have to take a virtual class so that you become familiar with working and learning virtually. So that's what that looks like.
Idaho actually had part of their state law that you had to take 2 blended learning classes because it helps prepare you for college. And back in the days before we built Mountain Ridge, it had every student at Harriman High taken 1 blended learning class. It would have reduced their numbers enough not to build Mountain Ridge. So, you know, that's a little tricky. I do believe that blended learning works best when it's elected, not forced upon you. I think the COVID kind of showed that. But what we could do, I mean, this would be like if a bond failed, then maybe we would force it more, right? But we could also advertise more, and which I think we're doing. A lot of kids are already drawing themselves out and taking those classes. But anyways.
So now let's look at the elementary one. Now's our opportunity. If we want to make changes and reorder this, we can. Propose a change?
I think we've decided to move modified traditional. I mean, I think the preference would be to change boundaries before we would move a school to modified traditional. I agree. That has been our tradition. Everything else seems right to me, but those two I think I would swap.
Would you keep modified traditional in the acceptable
I
range?
think so. Because we found it was acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
Modified traditional meant that you have an increased class size middle of the day, and you have a smaller class size early in the day for an hour and a half, and at the end of the day for an hour and a half.
I was an early bird in
Where were you?
first, second, and third grade.
There you go.
Early bird is the pole position. And when you're a later gator, you watch most of the class go home, and then you have to stay after school, it feels like. So you do get to sleep in, though. So
I worked with schools with modified traditional, and it was, at the time, the board implemented it with the understanding it was also a temporary solution. It was not meant to be a long-term fix. It was to get a school to a point where a new school was going to open, and then it was to move them from year-round to a traditional calendar without having a boundary change. I think that's one of the reasons why it's currently right in front of the boundary change. Again, not necessarily sequential, but it was preferable at that point for that board to go to a modified traditional than to change a boundary and upset everybody only to not have to do it in just a couple of years. So it was implemented at Bluffdale Elementary for 2 years and Riverside.
I remember it at Bluffdale.
Yeah.
So I have another question, the difference between modified traditional schedule and boundary change. What is the cost difference? Because it seems like modified traditional schedule would cost more, possibly.
I don't know if it costs more. The cost would, because the class, the day for students is, well, the day for students is the same, but teachers taught 20% longer. And instead of spreading that out over the course of the year, they condensed it into a traditional calendar. And because of that, they taught longer days. They got paid 20% more. But I don't think that ended up being because we raised
I
class
was thinking
sizes.
of buses
theory,
too.
yeah,
Like,
busing was the problem because you bus twice.
transportation, yeah.
You bus twice. Office staff working more hours. So in theory, the teaching doesn't cost more, but it costs more to operate that way.
Whereas boundary would be a one-time
Correct.
study, yeah.
Depending on the boundary change, you may have to increase busing because of a boundary change also, because you're taking kids to a school that's farther away.
But
when
it
they
could be
could
like
walk to their
two
current
bus
school.
routes instead
of every
double
bus.
bus. Mhm.
Yes. So I think it's very safe to say it's less costly to make a boundary change than it is to go with a modified traditional from a financial standpoint. But to Mr. Anderson's point, if you just need a temporary help, modified traditional works on a temporary basis, perhaps better than a temporary boundary change that we have to switch back. Not on this continuum is allowing an elementary school to be the largest in the state while we build another building. That's kind of what we've done with Ridgeview, is just allow it to be very large. But we've added additional resources, and that, has
They're very thankful for that.
they're thankful for that, as opposed to moving sixth grade to another building. So even beyond this, there are some other creative solutions we've explored on a temporary basis.
So I can see Dr. Anderson's point that depending on the situation, the order is very fluid. So,
But I can see that a boundary change is much more common than modified traditional. So it makes, as soon as you said that, it kind of makes sense. Yeah, we would flip that. But it just speaks to the point that it's not sequential. It's not, we've done this, so now we can do that. It's, you kind of consider things as a group. Is this going to address the problem? Can we address the problem with our preferable options? Yeah, no, we can't. Can we address it somewhere in the acceptable? No, there's no a combination of options that'll do it. Pocket busing, okay, we're in undesirable, but that will solve it. So that's just one example. It really, having this established allows us to apply it to each situation and make a decision that makes sense.
On the red YRE/MTS, is that year-round elementary / modified traditional school?
Yeah, I think at the,
And
actually
should
that
we
may have
keep
been,
those, should we have those be separate?
I think that was at the time something we added on as kind of together with that, because that was the discussion is at the time Bluffdale and Riverside. Riverside didn't want to go year-round. They wanted to stay traditional. Bluffdale wanted to go from year-round to traditional. And this enabled both of them to meet those goals. So I think we kept it together in that sense. But so again, it depends on the situation, depends on the context of what's going on.
Okay, so we have one proposal to switch modified traditional and boundary change. Swap the order. All in favor of that? Say, raise your hand. Okay. Well, that's all of us. You, Nikki, no,
I don't know.
not sure.
I'm still neutral on that.
And then my proposal is to move pocket busing after virtual options on the elementary. We're not busing, cross-district busing elementary kids, right? Just secondary?
Elementary kids?
Yeah.
No, yeah, just secondary.
I think the age of a elementary school cross-district bus, pocket busing is harder than even some kind of a virtual option. But
See, this one depends for me because
yeah.
we have a lot of elementaries fairly close to each other, and if you're just pocket busing to another elementary that's 5 minutes away,
Yeah.
It's a good point. We did that at
That'd be better than
Bastion,
year-round.
right?
We've done it effectively, even on a long-term basis. I think you make a good point. The way we've defined pocket busing is a non-contiguous boundary. So it's not just a complete boundary. It's all land. It's all tied in together. Maybe this is the boundary, and then there's one neighborhood or a group over here that gets bused. It's not necessarily distance. There might just be a little bit of a boundary from another school in between. So, and sometimes we've done pocket busing where, like with Sunset Ridge, we take areas that are not yet developed and say when you move in, rather than moving people to pocket busing, we know when you move in, you're going to be pocket bused. That's the way that the board has approached it sometimes.
I'm okay with keeping it where it is. It's undesirable in any situation, and I think each individual circumstance is going to dictate what we do, as long as it's on the continuum.
In our discussions about Ridgeview, we never once considered year-round. Pocket busing was much more desirable than a year-round solution. And so I think pocket busing is where it should be, based on what we've done traditionally in the last few years.
Okay, so is everyone okay if the only change to this elementary one is we swap modified traditional and boundary? And then we leave everything else as is? Okay, let's look at secondary. Does anyone have any proposed changes to secondary or any questions about it?
Again, I like blended schedule more than pocket busing, but that's just me.
Like forcing everyone into a blended?
I like it, but again, it depends on the circumstance because we're currently using a pocket busing. We're not requiring blended. I think if that was larger numbers, then I'm comfortable with the pocket busing.
And I'd rather do blended schedule than eliminate electives, just personally. 'Cause I think secondary school is hard enough if you don't get to have a fun class. So
Can someone describe the blended schedule a little more detail? Is it at the beginning of the day or the end of the day, or can it be in the middle of the day? So you've got to come home, do the virtual one, and then go back to school again? I mean, how does it work?
go to the library or something, or?
Well, it doesn't work to send them to the library because for it to have an impact, you have to have larger numbers of students not in the building. We've never done it, so I don't know exactly what it would look like. It's more of a theory that if we say everybody
We
takes,
ask them to consider.
right, so what we would probably do is say, I mean, I'm just spitballing here, but we'd probably say, we'd break it into 4 chunks: first and second period, third and fourth, fifth and sixth, seventh and eighth. So morning of A day, morning of B day, afternoon of A day, afternoon of B day, and one of those 4 you're virtual. So you only have 1.5 days in person out of every 2, and you're virtual those other 2 class periods.
Have to go to school, come home, and go back to school
No.
on the same day.
No,
That'd be hard.
Right, yeah.
but we could break it in because of the AB schedule. We'd be able to break it into chunks like that. I should note that. Oh, yeah, it's a
No.
good question.
Well, you'd
That's a
have to
good
provide
question.
transportation.
Middle, you'd just have to do it into
Half
2
and half,
chunks.
yeah.
So it wouldn't be as effective.
It wouldn't be as effective. Yeah.
And
The-
again, no matter what, it's on the undesirable. So regardless of where you put it on the undesirable.
I think we'd have to be pretty desperate before we went that way because, as Mr. Robinson said, it's kind of forced blended learning that makes it difficult. But if we did a 1/4 of your schedule at the high school, that could really work. And if we figured out with the middle school, you know, it's a good question about the middle school. It might just be 2 hours at the beginning of the day, 2 hours at the end of the day. Not every high school student, but many high school students can kind of find a ride or have a ride. It becomes a lot more complex at the middle school. That's why I went right to the high school. The other thing to keep in mind with the high school is we have a lot of space created in our school naturally because we have kids who have release time. We have kids who work for a part of their schedule. Kids who may take classes off campus have a shortened schedule for various reasons. That happens a lot more at the high school level. So every student with release time is easing the capacity issues at the school. So the only way we're able to function, even with the numbers we have, is that we have students working or taking classes off campus that alleviate some of that overcrowding. And a virtual option, blended schedule, would increase that.
So would you consider adding one that was elected blended schedules?
There are some of those already.
So what if there were, like at Copper Hills, if we did a number of classes that were elected blended schedules, could that alleviate enough room to eliminate some of the pocket busing?
That are offered from Copper Hills or they're.
We were about to offer that before the pandemic hit.
Because technically, they have that already through our virtual academies, right?
They can create their own.
Yeah,
But
some
my
students
daughter
have.
does.
Copper
it.
Hills would say, for example, first period English classes would all be virtual.
It's
Is that a, would you put that on your, would you consider putting that up there? Elected blended learning options.
Make a lot more options available
Lot-
so that more people can do it.
Impose upon a school to make those elected options available and see what happened in terms of enrollment. I'm not advocating, I'm just asking the question out loud because
Yeah.
we're all saying that imposed blended learning is an undesirable, but elected blending learning would certainly be an acceptable option for a school.
We have a lot of students take individual courses from Kings Peak.
Yep.
So we don't have it housed at the school like we talked about before the pandemic. But lots of kids are already kind of choosing that. It's a little difficult to thread the needle if it's a choice. It's kind of like creating a magnet school and hoping that the kids go to the magnet school from Sunset Ridge because we need some more space there. When in reality, they can choose to go from wherever they want to go. So
I would think the difference between what Mr. Dunford's saying and what we're doing currently is a lot more advertising, a lot more explaining to people like our school's overcrowded, this would alleviate it, just more of a encouragement to do it, because
But
we
we
do
still
offer it.
And more options.
And more options too, probably.
but we'd still kind of cross our fingers. So I appreciate
right.
the question. I might be hesitant to put it up there because everything else there, I can tell you it works. I don't know if that one would work in particular.
Ask a question too. So again, it's order for me. So let's use the example of Copper Hills. They definitely have more than 6 portables, but we're not asking them to revoke permits. So this is just a guideline, not a mandate. They can do what they want.
Well, you did revoke
We did
permits
revoke
at Copper
permits.
Hills.
We revoked everybody's permit.
And you set the standard and the
Allowed them to
procedure for how
accept
they can
permits.
continue to accept permits. But even though they still accept permits, they're not at the level where they were before they were revoked.
And we did as a board say we can come back and revoke a school's permits again if we needed to. So if that's something we have to look at, then we can relook at that.
It was just tricky when we say this school cannot accept permits, but that one can.
We revoked permits district-wide during Moab. Every
But
school.
we're not now.
Well, we set criteria, so if they meet the criteria and there's room in their school, they can take permits.
But they shouldn't be taken.
Them to go outside of our criteria.
Well, it was within the structure that was created. We followed the process to come to the board with that request. So it met with the procedures that were put in place as a part of that revocation of the permit.
It's hard for me when my community comes to me and says, why can't I do it at the high school, but I can't do it at the middle? Because it's not consistent.
Two different schools.
Okay, so it's a suggestion.
No, every school has a different tier system. We can't impose the same tier system on every school. This school's at this tier, this school's at this tier. All Copper Hills did is ask to change tiers. That's all they did, is we want to go from tier 2 to tier 3. And we approved that. Every school any school could make that request. We could have approved that
Or
at
we
any
can
school.
change that if we want.
It's not that we're allowing it here and we're not allowing it here. It's this school as it is at this tier because of its circumstances, and this school is at that tier because of its circumstances. And we're very consistent among what tier you're on. We're very consistent. Every school on tier 3 has the same restrictions.
Before the process was put in place, there were schools that were year-round only because of permits. And so those permits were revoked to allow for kind of a resetting of boundary populations and to allow for those calendar changes. If there's concern about the application of the process, then we can talk about those individual schools. Each school is going to be in a bit of a different circumstance based on, that's why we had the capacity document as well for each school, because we had names for different configurations, because the architectural capacity versus the actual capacity of a school would prevent a middle school maybe from accepting like a high school can. So if there are concerns about the application of the process, then we should talk about that with individual schools. If the board wants to take a look at the process itself and the tier system, then we can address that as well. But that came out of initially that change, and what was really a bold move on the part of the board to just say we're going to revoke those permits that have accumulated over time and created problems, because individual principals were able to say, hey, I want to maintain the staff that I have, and to do that, I'm going to accept enough permits to keep my office staff and teachers at the level where I would like them to be. But that kept schools artificially large in some rare cases that kept them on a year-round schedule. This process required either cabinet or board approval, depending on how far away from the building's capacity the permits would take a school's enrollment, so that there were some safeguards against schools getting really out of whack, and then the district being expected to bring in portables to support that approval of permits. But with a very specific purpose and with conversations, then that, you can expand the capacity even of a large school, but only with cabinet or board approval, like I said, depending on how far away you're getting from the school's capacity.
And since you brought up the document, are we still working from the building enrollment and capacity? Like, I just noticed there's no enrollments in secondary, and elementary is not right. So I didn't know if there's an updated, like a new document we should be working from.
You're talking about the enrollment for
Doing
each
the-
school?
Online one?
I'm not sure which one you're.
It was shared with us last year. It's just called Building Enrollment and Capacities Workbook.
It's
Well, it
not
shows like
updated.
our elementary schools have 76 kids in it, and then it shows our no numbers in the enrollments.
It hasn't been updated.
It shows that it was last edited on the 3rd of February, but I was just like
Of 19.
curious if I'm looking at the wrong document, if there's something new.
Yeah, you might be. I can check offline with you and make sure. If not, we can send you an updated version. I think that was set to automatically update based on our enrollment numbers.
That must just. It must be a glitch, because that.
Tonight, but
Well, I'm not suggesting. Yeah, I think it might be a glitch just with the document itself. So let's take a.
Might be a naive question, but why haven't we just been building larger schools for the past 10 or 12 years?
Why haven't we
why,
been?
Why haven't we been building schools large enough to accommodate the growth?
That's partially. I don't want to act as if there's an easy answer to that question, but there are a couple of answers. One is, if you build a large elementary, then you're busing people from farther away, and people want a certain size of school. There are impacts of we already have very large schools. Our schools are larger than most at all levels. So you'll find even neighboring districts have X number of students, but the number of students per school is much lower on average than what we have. So we're already above the average in the number of students that we have in our schools, both locally and nationally. The problem with building larger schools also is that I'd rather have portables expand the size so that we don't have to close as many schools over the years as the population shifts, you don't want a very large school that then is empty later on when the population is shifted.
Is 6 kind of the magic number of portables then?
6 is the number. The reason we arrived at 6 is because when you get into 8 or 10 or 12, or I think we've had as many as like 15 or 14. Now you've got an elementary worth of students that are not in the building, and all of your
Using the
common
gym
areas, your bathrooms. You don't have more bathrooms. You don't have an additional or larger media center. You don't have a larger gym or another lunch area. So we have built some bigger schools over the years. We have various models, and some of our schools have like a whole set of 6 or 8, or I know at least 6 or 8 classrooms more than some other elementaries do based on the area. So we do build some larger schools, but there's a limit to the effectiveness because you don't want them to be too large when the population shifts, and you don't want to have to bring people from too far away to the school. That's generally how we've approached it, and I think we've found a way to operate well with our high schools and middle schools and elementaries at a larger level than in other districts and in other states.
If you look at the capacity of the schools we've built in the last decade compared to 30 years ago, we are building much bigger schools today than we've ever built.
Yeah.
And we're big at building them bigger than the whole state, because at least 5 of our high schools are in terms of the largest high schools in the state of Utah. And one of the things that I had got confused when I was on the board is I'd look at the price tag of our high schools and thought they were a little higher than some until I started to look at seat capacity and square foot. And when I look at those, we're significantly low. So I would argue that we are already doing that. And we've built our schools as large as we can without hitting a breaking point. Because there's a certain point, I think you see it at Ridgeview, that there's a breaking point that school administration can no longer handle the kids. And so at that point, it's better just to have another school.
And Ms. George, there seems to be a formulaic glitch in there. It's pulling the data and the formula from the wrong cell, so we'll get it fixed. It says it was last updated in 1900. We weren't even
That's
a
why I
district.
saw that.
We weren't even a district back then.
That's what I told her. I go, this is
And the
1900.
secondary and high school enrollments aren't
Yeah.
pulling.
Yeah, we'll get the glitch fixed.
Middle school and high
That
school.
one when I look for updated info.
Thanks for the catch.
When you think about it, Bran, if we went any larger with our elementary schools or allowed more portables, you'd be starting lunch about 8:39. You know, just to accommodate the different grade levels.
We'd have to acquire a lot more property for parking, and property is a stretch in our area as it is.
Okay, so does anyone have any proposed changes to this document, the secondary housing document? Did you say one? And then we got off track, or did you not? I can't remember.
No.
I asked for one, but I'm not going to propose it because I think he answered my question adequately.
Ms. Dean, I think,
I
suggested.
am not married to that change. Because I feel like it's very fluid.
I agree with you. That would be the one change I would do.
Putting blended.
Well, fully eliminating electives, that sounds.
But it doesn't say that. It doesn't say fully.
Okay.
It says
Eliminate to me
eliminate.
means take away.
It says
Am I wrong?
eliminate electives as
So
a
it might just be a
consideration.
few.
It doesn't say which ones.
So it
what you
wouldn't
might,
completely eliminate electives. It would just maybe say, we can no longer offer German and ceramics or
3.
something.
right.
Well, especially if those electives are small classes, because you have to get rid of those small class sizes.
We can use those classrooms for something else.
We have a halftime. Let me think of subjects we don't actually teach, so I don't get an email from someone who
Say
does
some
teach it.
German
Bowling.
teachers
So
panicking.
we teach. There's actually at one point I looked to see, can Jordan District offer every AP class that's out there? Well, there's AP Italian. We really have to start up a program. So anyway, let's say you have AP Italian and you have AP,
5 students, yeah.
you know, you have superintendents for the future, students who want to learn to be a superintendent. Low enrollment in all of those classes. So then you just say, you know, if we eliminate these electives, now we have a full day classroom available to us. Not no one gets any electives. And I think saying eliminate electives, we could maybe say reduce electives. Maybe that would communicate it better.
If it's just reduce electives, I would put that before moving programs or boundary changes. That feels like a very different explanation to me. We're taking out electives that aren't being used.
So maybe that's more acceptable.
I gave an extreme example. It could be, look, if we don't offer even a popular elective, then that means that we have more space.
You have to get rid of accounting.
Yeah.
Pick it.
Hey, my son is thinking about doing that. Yeah. Okay.
After that explanation, I feel like it is in the right place, personally.
I think something else we do is use classrooms more effectively, where we have rotating teachers and that's not on here, and I'm not sure if it needs to be on here, but that is one of the strategies of using the space more wisely.
Like a floating teacher that floats to wherever.
It's not desirable. Desirable.
That would, be very undesirable.
But
Well-
it happens at our schools already.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's probably right after
Secondary?
boundary
Does it
changes
have-
approaching undesirable. But we do that at some of our schools. We did certainly at Harriman before we built Mountain Ridge. There was no class empty at any hour, and they had people on a rolling cart that moved from class to class.
And we have that information in the building capacity document from 1900 that tells us if we have more people, if we have
fixed,
moving
by the
teachers
way.
or others that are.
I think Scott Feston was listening.
I was a
I saw
roving
his
teacher.
bubble pop up real fast when
I'm
I
sure
asked
they
that.
wanted to jump on that.
Thank you,
quickly.
Scott Feston.
Yes, thank you, Scott, for your quick response.
So Daryl, I feel like that possibly should be something on there also, floating teachers or whatever.
It's
I
good
don't
with
know.
me. It would help us be more transparent. We are doing that already. I think it's after boundary changes, but before undesirable. I think it's doable. As a teacher that taught that way, it wasn't very fun.
No, it wasn't.
But,
So after boundary change, put floating teacher.
or how would you call that?
Floating teacher.
These abbreviations can be deceptive.
What would you call it?
How about maximize building capacity?
Traveling teacher, I
Traveling
think.
Traveling
teacher. Okay,
teachers.
that's
what we've
better.
called them.
Okay.
I like floating teacher, though. I like the idea. Oh, I see that you are not on the
That
web
seems
page. You should
desirable.
You don't have a
Floating
teacher.
teachers
I
would be
will-
awesome.
That's
WC.
Yes.
I don't know about that.
I don't know if it has to be on the list or not, but it's something that we already use.
It's something that
but
we do.
Do we need to have it as?
I don't think that's a board decision, though.
Oh, for
I think
sure
that's an
not.
administrative decision, and these are board decisions.
That's a fair point.
Point.
Well, or is it? Because in terms of building capacity, I certainly would say before we build a new high school, I'm certainly going to say, are we using this high school to the greatest capacity? And that might be part of it. But I don't know. I'm good either way. I don't need to have it on there. I know we already do it.
There are some other, this isn't every option. Like I
Yeah.
said, there are some other things we've done. Alpine used to have productivity where every teacher was required to teach all 7 periods in middle school, and then you got paid extra for not having a prep. But
Oh, yeah.
that's not something that I think we ought to be imposing on people. So this isn't every option, but they're options that we've used at some point. For the most part, with blended schedule being an exception.
I'm still thinking about Nikki's concern, the electives. Reducing electives. I mean, if you went to the parents of a high school and said, we can either do a boundary change or we can reduce these 7 electives. What do you think they would say?
Depends if their kids are taking the electives.
Exactly.
But I mean,
Or
what
if their
about,
kids were in the boundary change bubble.
I'm talking about how would that affect, which one would adversely affect the least amount of people?
Depends on the size of the boundary chain. I mean, I hate to say it depends, but I don't think there's an obvious
It's not cutting. It's not.
answer. I don't think that one is clearly better than another for the high school level.
But if it could go either way, it seems like those should be a little closer aligned on that
Yeah.
continuum.
Yeah, I can
Yeah,
see
I
that.
think you're right.
There's just something though about, I would much rather move a program and move a boundary and yet still offer all of those options than take an option away.
People
The
like
boundary
our
change, it's still available. Move a program, it's still available. But the moment you eliminate, now it's no longer available. So if you were to say, we can change a boundary and all of you will be able to participate in these programs, or we're not gonna change a boundary and now you guys won't be able to.
I was looking at it from the perspective of, we can make 5 people happy by offering these programs, or we can make 100 people unhappy by a boundary change. You know, do we cater to the 5 and say, yep, we're going to offer AP Italian, but we're going to make these guys go to a different high school, you know?
Yeah, and in that scenario, I would definitely reduce the elective before boundary changing. So what about eliminate electives to reduce electives? And then do you want it moved up
Acceptable?
to
Or is it-
right after boundary change? And
No,
yeah, is it acceptable?
It's still unacceptable. It's undesirable. When we start eliminating programs and opportunities for kids, we would rather not do that. We would probably rather be looking into building a new school.
Especially if there's a school right next to it that has room to move into.
Yeah, that's where the boundary change, and if that's not available, then reducing those
Would move a program is acceptable. Like, let's just pick up DLI and move them over reducing an elective.
We moved ALPS.
It was a question, not an argument.
So you wouldn't?
No.
Part of the difficulty here also is it's inherently we're talking about it in the abstract, and when you apply it to a specific school, then things kind of come into focus. But it kind of outlines the pain point, because I can think of situations that match exactly what you're talking about. So
I would argue to say, by moving ALPS out of South Jordan, East South Jordan, and making that boundary change, we alleviated the necessity of building an elementary. So thus we saved maybe $20 million by taking those 2 steps and didn't push it to undesirable. But had we eliminated ALPS, it's still, I mean, it would have, I'd much rather move it than eliminate it.
What about reduce electives ahead of pocket busing?
I would do that. Although this is secondary, I'm easier to approve temporary pocket busing than I am for elementary and second.
Okay, nothing's sticking. Does anyone want to make a motion for any changes on this? So much of it depends on the situation.
Yeah, I think my understanding from superintendent is, it's not cut and dry. We don't go from this one to this one to this one.
Never is.
We assess, or I don't know, are we involved in that, or is that a staff thing?
we bring you data, and then you know the community, and we talk about.
Okay, but it's unique to each situation. So if we happen to come upon a situation where we would rather reduce electives than pocket bus, then we'll do that. We don't have, okay, yeah.
Yeah, you're not bound by this. It just helps shape your thinking when you address a particular situation.
I think what we do have right is what's preferable, what's acceptable, and what's undesirable. I think that we've nailed that. The order could be mixed.
Okay, so we're all good leaving this as is.
Reduce electives, should we change that?
Change the word eliminate to reduce.
Done. And thank you to Caleb Olson, who also got on. It was actually him that made the correction, but
Sorry, I didn't see him on. Thank
Yes.
you, Caleb.
Thanks for pointing that out. Okay.
Thank you. This has been a really helpful discussion, actually, to go through the options. Okay, is there anything else on that? All right, our next agenda item is our professional development board book study. This finishes out the book that we were reading called Redefining Student Success. I need to open mine quick. Does anyone have anything they want to share? Any insights they gained?
I ask a question, and I think this might have been clarified for me in a previous book discussion. But so the reason we're reading this book is to understand the process that the district is going through. And then ultimately the board will write the portrait of a graduate and approve it. Okay, with help from other people, right?
Like we're gonna hire
Yeah, I understand that part.
and then get community input. Like it will be far from just us writing it.
Yeah, and I've been reading about the process.
Yeah.
But then ultimately it's like the D200, and I saw that process where it's you write it and discuss it and bring it back, and yeah, okay.
I think why we read books like this is just to get ideas of what's happening on a larger scope. We're doing a lot of this. I really liked the chapter 6 that talked about competency-based learning. And we've been moving into that significantly over the years.
And I think the very point you're bringing up, I loved the section Design Backward from your portrait of a graduate. And the idea is you need to define where you want to go, and then you ask the questions, how do we get there? What does a graduate look like? Now, how do we get there? A lot of what we read this time was not beneficial because we're not there yet.
Right.
But will be if we do get there. I'll admit that.
I think this is a piece of that, but when it talked about grounding everything in that question of why, so much of education right now, I mean, when my kids come home and say, why do I need to know this? I don't have an answer. And so keeping that why is helpful. So this isn't really an insight, more a question, but as it was describing this problem-based learning, and that was catching my eye a lot, I think, because of some of the information we've gotten about the math curriculum. But I was a little confused. It felt to me, and please, this is a question, not an argument, but I'm curious how people read it when it was trying to explain that the way she said it is students had to own it. The goal shouldn't be, I covered this as a teacher. Instead, it should be, what did you learn? Why does it matter to you? How do you know you learned it? Those questions keep the focus on student progress toward portrait of a graduate goal. And the way that I read that, which was probably flawed, was get away from the rubric. Stop telling them, hit these 5 things, and whether or not your solution was better than the next person, you follow the rubric, and therefore you get all the points. And now, as a teacher, I guess teachers like to learn, and that was hard for me to be like, but I want to know what you expect of me. I want to know exactly what it takes to get an A in your class, and I could see that feeling really vague. Well, tell me how you know if you know this. That felt, I don't know how we define that with our students.
I love the whole assessment concept is, you're right, it's hard to wrap your head around it. There was one quote from a superintendent in here, though, that said, at the end of the day, if a student wants to be a Marine and becomes a Marine, that, in my opinion, is success in pre-K through 12. And wouldn't that be great if we could somehow get to, whatever student needs, that's how we measure assessment. But wrapping your head around that with 56,000 students is a challenge.
Yeah, and I see your point. It's hard to know. As reading this, I kept thinking, I would love to see this in action in a district this size. But there was a phrase that I really loved where it said, assessing mastery instead of rewarding effort or compliance. And so I don't know if that has anything to do with what you were talking about, like I said, I would love to see how this works. I really feel like it's good ideas, but I don't know exactly what it looks like.
And even that, assessing mastery, what is mastery for one child is not necessarily going to be the level that another child will get to. And so, like, the students that I teach, a lot of times, like, I'm doing cartwheels when they get something that would be a given in another classroom. So I think having the ability to individualize that, it just takes a lot of individualization, I think.
And so, Nikki, another sentence that I highlighted and put a star by it, it says, you have to make this transformation understandable to parents.
Yes.
And I thought, like, I feel like I kind of understand how it's supposed to work. And I've seen teachers apply things and have students use knowledge or, processes to tackle real life things. But I don't know how it happens on such a grand scale. But I'm hopeful and optimistic that it can. And another thing that reading these chapters, I thought it's really interesting how they talk about it's not an immediate, complete switch over. You have to start somewhere, like in kindergarten or in 7th grade. And like we don't start with 12th grade. And like it's too bad the people who are now in 10th, 11th, 12th grade, they're not necessarily going to benefit from this. But the people who are in those beginning transitional place, I don't know, is that right? Is that what, did anybody else get that?
Well, to Nikki's point, I think it's going to require a very good definition of what student success means. Can't be too specific. It has to be broad enough to incorporate every student. As I think back on, if I would have created one of these for my home, what do I want my children to leave my home looking like? Or what skills do I want them to have? I would have had on there, I want them to be computer programmers, just like me. And I failed because none of my kids are computer programmers.
None of my kids want to be superintendent either.
And obviously that's not a very good definition. And so I think a lot of our success in creating this POG is going to hinge on how well we create that, the definition of success. Yeah.
And I agree with you, Brian. I think that's the important part. just a couple phrases that I feel like maybe applies to us right now, because Bryce is correct. We're not there yet. We're not even anywhere close. We're on ground level. But I liked these phrases. It said, as we're getting people together to discuss this and to formalize it, it says, trust your teachers. They truly are the experts when it comes to learning. And I so believe in that. I think they need to be an integral part of our planning process. And also it says, whatever you decide to focus on as an instructional challenge, successful implementation will depend on your ability to manage the timing and the pace of the change. Go slow to go faster. And I think that's really important advice as well as we get this off the ground.
I think some of that go slow to go faster. I think go faster is enabled by, we've talked about the green light culture in this discussion before, but one sentence that I read about how educators were able to adapt quickly during the COVID-19 crisis because their culture valued experimentation and collaboration. I'd like to think that this board, certainly superintendent, has enabled a culture of green light, enabled people to feel at will, to give ideas, to move things forward, to change the status quo, and that, maybe we fail forward, but either way, having their back to think critically and ask questions and try new things. I think that's an important part of any of this portrait of a graduate momentum we gain is going to need a green light culture to get off the ground. And we got to be able to willing to listen to others and take some risks and try some new things.
One thing Marilyn just mentioned that reminded me, she mentioned we've got some really good teachers. Close to 5,000? I don't know. I think you told me
4,000.
4,000.
Yep.
With an incredible wealth of experience.
And knowledge.
And about how to teach, how to recognize when a student is learning something, all that kind of stuff. And I remember I was sitting next to Matt Young over here on the corner when the board voted on whether or not to hire an outside company to come and consult with us on how to create this. And I didn't have a voting voice at that point, but I remember thinking, don't we have enough expertise in this district to do this on our own? Do we really need to bring someone else in to tell us how to create this? And I'm sure there are some benefits to that, but I really want to get the teachers involved. Give them every opportunity we possibly can to get involved in this process.
And an answer, don't we have the expertise? Yes, we do. I think our decision was more based on those experts don't have the bandwidth to take on this project.
And the company, just for those listening, is hired to facilitate a process that accesses input from those groups. I want to emphasize this isn't a group that comes in and says this is what your portrait of a graduate should be. It's that this company helps organize and coordinate the effort to make sure that we aren't missing groups, that we're maximizing the expertise that we have in our community and in our employees. They're facilitating the process. It's not, let's hire some outside experts to create a plan. Let's hire some experts that can help set up a structure so we get broad, deep, meaningful input from the people in our community and in our schools.
That makes sense then, yeah.
So that's the goal of those.
Expert.
That's right.
We are the experts.
We are not asking them for content. We're asking them for process to be sure that we develop that content so that when we get to the end, we have these incredible experts in our district and in our community heard, and that we're tapping into those resources that we have. And to Tracy's point, we could probably develop that if we took, it's just, we can't keep doing the jobs we're doing and try to build a plan like that. And so, yeah, it's not the content, it's the process.
So in my doctoral study, I spent a lot of time looking at education reformists, and 21st century learning is coming whether or not we like it or not. You know, we have to change the way we have done it in the past. What we've done in the past won't work in tomorrow. And some of the researchers, as I looked at them, they want to blow the system all up. Let's just blow it up, and then let's bring some pieces and try to fit it back together again. The ones that resonated with me is to change gradually through a process, because we have a pretty good system in place. And then you just bring on and implement it step by step. It takes maybe a little longer, but it's less disruptive in terms of just radically just making change. And so I really look at what we did at Fort Harriman Middle School, because my kids went there. We were, I think, the first school to start competency-based learning, I think, and certainly Copper Mountain joins thereafter. I remember my kids saying, no, I get to take a second or third time on this test. And I'm like, what is that? You know, and what they're trying to say is if you take it and get 75%, 25% you don't know. Wouldn't you like to have another opportunity to learn the other 25%? And that was a mind shift for my community, including myself, who studied this a little bit. And after I learned that what they're trying to do, they want the student to learn everything and give you opportunities to learn everything. It was a better thing. Now, it took a lot of time. It took teachers getting together in PLC time and really planning it and really doing it. But overall now, it works. It really does. And we've kind of expanded that to all middle schools and now into elementary and high schools. And that's how I see even Portrait of the Graduate is we're going to kind of draw this broad picture of what we would love in the future, but putting the pieces in is going to take a lot of time, longer than any of us will be on the board. And it'll be adjusted and refined and personalized, and you know, but the vision hopefully will then be the ship that guides us into the future instead of just letting things randomly happen. Because change is going to happen, just like what COVID did with blended learning. Like it forced it upon us. But we can also take control and be in control of our destination of where we want to end up being.
Anyone else have anything from the book?
More. So the part that made me the most excited in this reading was when it was talking about teachers participating in learning labs for collaborative professional development, where they would say, how can we solve this problem, like this engineering problem, using the science curriculum? And that feeling of like collaboration and cross-curriculum learning, I think is really an exciting concept. I see our teachers doing it already. We just referenced how they're experts. And right now, my daughter is in the middle of a project that is counting in multiple classes. And I love that, because her learning is not being held in a little channel. She's being able to apply skills from several subject areas into one big project. I think it is fun to imagine what we can do with the legislative days that we just talked about in our legislative update, if we used it creatively to allow for some of that. And then it went on to talk about, as these units are created, that they're uploaded to the curriculum database so that others can benefit. He added, that is the kind of professional development that transforms the task. And it's like Ms. Dean already said about, I wish I could see it. And I'm a learner like that too. Like, you show me how to do it and I can implement it myself. But sometimes I have a hard time grasping it without having seen it. And so I think using the power of collaboration and sharing the progress that we're making as a district will be so important.
I don't know if anybody else noticed, but at the final reflections at the end of the book, Rick Robbins, the superintendent of Canyons District, is quoted. I thought that was kind of neat that we have somebody so close to us that is being quoted in this book.
There was another, Sidney Dixon was also quoted about the 3 Bs, and that made me laugh a lot. But one thing that I've taken through the whole book is that it is for every student. And a special focus needs to be made on the students who do not normally have the opportunity to participate. That equity is a big word.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're on to board and superintendent reports and comments. Facilities committee, do you have anything?
We met on March 7th. We do, just for your information, we meet the first Tuesday of each month. So if you have something that we need to look at, that's where we'll be. We'll meet more often if we need to. Our focus that day was working on the ongoing plan for the district, or the 5-year plan, as some people call it. And we're working diligently with Scott Feston and Travis and his whole staff on getting the information we need to get that solidified. We also took a tour to Jordan with Brian and Lisa, and I went with Scott, and he drove us around to all of our property so that they could get a glimpse of what we own and what we're looking at. And we had an enjoyable day, didn't we?
We saw
We did.
the
Well,
retention
we looked
pond
at
from
it.
a distance.
Oh, you've seen the retention pond that we now.
Well, I mean,
no, we
we
own.
saw the scrub and weeds. Yeah.
We didn't
Did
go up
make
to
it to the
Horsley. I've been
Horsley
up
property?
to Horsley. No, we didn't, but I've been up there.
Does that road still exist, or have they?
Oh yeah, not this time of year.
That's a fun road. Everyone needs to ride.
I learned that
On a
that
horse.
that Marilyn has lived in like 20 different places for about 1 or 2 years, and so she knows
Marilyn
everybody.
has lived everywhere and knows everyone.
Exactly.
Accept that.
Well done now.
When you go to Orlando, walk into a restaurant and they'll know her. Marilyn.
Not true.
And you're right about the building plan. It used to be 5 years,
Now it's
5 year,
ongoing.
but we changed it to ongoing a few years ago. Old habits die hard. Okay, finance.
We have not met since our last board meeting. We meet on Thursday.
Relations.
I know. We took a week off though, so we're ready to go again. We haven't had a meeting since our last one.
But thank you for all of the work during the session.
Yes, I was happy to put a date on the calendar and let you brilliant minds talk.
Okay, we don't have anything from joint relations ESPs.
I have some.
Okay. Oh, it is you. Sorry, I was. Okay, sorry. Joint relations, Daryl.
Oh, I don't have anything with joint relations.
Okay, I'm going down the line. The GIAC.
So it wasn't a meeting, it was an open house, and I saw you there and I saw other people there, and it was actually very informative, sitting at a table with parents and stakeholders in the district, and also just hearing people's comments. I don't know if there's anything else I should report about that.
Nope, great. JPAC.
We don't have anything to act on till fall.
Can I just say that from that last meeting, Daryl, at every school community council that I went to, and I went to 4 this week, they brought up where, the information about wellness and social and emotional wellness and the sites, excuse me, the websites that you alluded to. And they were very, very appreciative of those and wanted to get them out to their communities, so.
I saw the same thing. Thank you. I think that's great. That's a success. That's what we wanted to dampen.
LEAC.
LEAC is meeting on April 4th from 4 to 6 p.m. in this building. I would ask each of you that if you can attend, and I know not all you can, but if you can attend, please come. I will be introducing and reviewing some material, and then we're going to just break up into small bodies, and I just need listening ears. I emailed out the superintendent's presentation from March
and the slides he provided. And then question number 1 that they are supposed to be coming back with is, what impact are you seeing by the changes that were implemented this year? Please familiarize yourself with the proposal the superintendent made to the board in 2022. The board sought a $30 million tax increase in order to fully fund this plan. As it has begun to roll out, what impact are you seeing? In what areas of his plan have you not yet seen fruition? What suggestions would you make to make his plan more successful? That's number 1. I want them to know what this board has done at their superintendent's recommendations. Question number 2, what can we do to fill the vacancies that exist among our educational support professionals? The board is aware that unfilled positions in our support staff are having a tremendous impact on each of you and your faculties. What can we do? What brilliant ideas could you bring the board to help mitigate those vacancies or fill them? And so really it's just them coming back with ideas that we could then take when we go into negotiations. So I need listening ears. If you're available on April 4th, please come. I have this building reserved, and we're just going to break up into small little sections and just sit around a table and let them share ideas.
Okay. Let's see, joint legislative committee, that work wrapped up. That was all during the legislative session. The next meeting, I don't have a date for it yet, but the agenda item will be to start on next year's legislative session. So starting on legislative priorities. And so that's something that we'll need to talk about in a government relations committee meeting soon, is if we have any input into what we think USBA's legislative priorities should be for next year. That'd be great. And if anyone has any feedback on that, let me know. And then Jordan Education Foundation has been doing their Teacher of the Year for each school, going around. I think West Jordan was last week, and there.
Yeah, it was so good.
So yeah, so much fun. I did South Jordan yesterday, and Maryland did some of those too. That's just, so we have so many great teachers in our district, and it's just really rewarding to see them get recognized.
Lisa was there last week at West Jordan Schools, and yeah.
So how do we get to ride on the bus to go do that is happening on the 23rd?
You need the special bus pass.
Just a parent permission slip for the field trip.
You have to be fingerprinted.
Yeah, that's right.
I have
No,
been.
everyone's welcome on the bus.
We need a visitor sticker.
Where's the bus gonna be?
Yeah, so
Driver will say, "Move on back," though.
That's true.
and so what are the logistics to board this JEF bus?
So on the bus day is April 23rd. That's where, so there's winners, there's Teacher of the Year from every single school, but then there's 12 grand winners. Is it 12?
13 this year.
13. And those are the ones that are invited to the banquet. And so those get announced on the 23rd. And
But there's a bus?
But
There's a
what
bus
I
that
mean
goes
is I want
from
to
school to
be
school
on
that
that
day.
bus, and I just want to know how I can find where this
Where it
bus
leaves
is
and where it
starting
comes
from
That was a
and how to get on there.
We'll
So,
Dr.
more
Crawford, do you wanna
information
get
might be
information?
forthcoming, right?
I'll pull it up
Okay.
right now.
March?
So next Thursday. And we have a board meeting between now and then I can wait for the information. I just don't want to miss it.
She wants to ride
I
the
like to
bus.
have fun, okay?
Okay.
Just don't go wah wah wah.
It leaves from the district office on the 23rd, and I don't have the time at my fingertips. I think
It's
it
okay.
leaves at
It's
7.
probably
It
fine
leaves
for
at
an
7.
email. Okay.
It leaves at 7:00 on the 23rd, and we'll finish at around 3:15. We'll have lunch. It's part of that.
And a lot of
Yeah,
what?
that's right.
The wheels on the bus, you have to know the song.
I know, I do. Look.
And the actions. That's good.
Okay, PTA.
Superintendents on the bus say,
Wow, wow, wow.
Go to school. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
business administrator says, save your money, save your money.
That's right.
Don't spend that budget.
Vice
We're
needs to
meeting
ride with
tomorrow, PTA.
Okay. Anything from Salt Lake Academy?
you. No,
But we do meet every month.
our meeting.
Okay, Utah High Schools.
We meet in next week.
Okay, and then School Boards Association had their spring meeting last week. Thank you to all of those that went to that. Is there any report from that?
It's mostly just legislative updates.
Well, we started to give input,
On legislative priorities?
mhm,
Okay.
kind of, yeah.
Okay.
They gave us 4 categories that
That's
we
right.
can see some potential, solutions in, and they're gonna put those together and thin them out and release it after they've done all of their regional meetings.
Oh, good.
That's good.
Okay. I have one more agenda item for you to put on your calendar, and that is the retirement dinner, May 16th at 6 p.m. at Gardner Village. And for the new board members, we host that. The board hosts a dinner for all of the district employees who are retiring this year.
By host, she doesn't mean potluck. You don't have to bring
What
things.
did you say?
That means you are catering the food.
Yeah.
Start cooking.
Bring a dish for 12 administrators.
15th at 6 o'clock.
May 16th at 6 o'clock.
That's why I want to go there early.
Yeah, your spouses are invited. We get there early and greet people as they come in.
We caught up.
So like
So
5:30?
it's just this year.
Yeah. We're caught up.
It's a great event. Really, it's a really nice evening. Okay. You had something.
Yeah, I wanted to bring something up. I was at the Ridgeview Elementary School Community Council meeting, and they talked a little bit about the flex school. Scott's crew worked so quickly; they're already pushing dirt around and probably laid the foundation, putting the walls up, right? But we talked about having a groundbreaking, and we've done groundbreakings. We haven't done it for every school, but we have done it for a lot. And this is kind of a unique school in the fact that we know exactly what students are going to go there. It'll be the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th graders at Ridgeview. And so we'd like, if the board's willing, to do a groundbreaking, understanding that, it just like Oakleaf and Aspen, probably the ground will be already broke. But it's too wet to do it right now. So we're thinking even later this year because the weather has been so weird, like late April or sometime early May. So what's the board's thoughts? I've talked to Brian a little bit. We share that school.
I think it's a great idea, but I would propose that we invite Matt Young to be part of that.
I think it would be a great opportunity to kind of showcase this innovative idea to the media and stuff. People haven't tried that in the Valley yet, and this was a great innovation. So can we proceed then? Any objections? I'll work with Brian and we'll work with administration on how best to do that.
4th, 5th, and 6th for the existing school.
Yep.
So we all take a shovelful.
Yeah, that's what we've done in the past, and
That's what I was hoping.
Hard hat.
and a hard hat. All right, we will move forward and we'll report back from time to time. Brian and I will.
Okay, Superintendent.
I appreciate the opportunity to travel with Jordan Education Foundation and board members and honor teachers. It's really fun. fun to see teachers lining the, coming in to see their colleague honored, and we had you can't spoil a surprise, but yeah, I'm full of surprises. Let's just put it that way. But our first elementary counselor was honored as outstanding educator of the year, and anyway, it's a great time for me. So.
Okay, if there's no other reports or comments, I'll take a motion to go into closed session for character and competence, property, potential litigation, and negotiations.
I'll make the motion to go into closed session for character and competence of individuals, property, potential litigation, and negotiations.
I'll second.
Oh, go for it. Lisa got it.
Okay, motion by Ms. Richards, second by Ms. Dean. I forgot what it's called. Roll call vote. Mr. Dunford.
Yes.
Mr. Barnett.
Yes.
Ms. Dean.
Yes.
Ms. Richards.
Yes.
Ms. George.
Yes.
Mr. Robinson.
Yes.
Parliamentary comment, if you call for a vote and it's unanimous, you don't have to do a roll call. Only if it isn't unanimous.
We had that debate.
I think it's fun.
Our training.
Okay,
they
I'm
asked
Ms.
us to
Miller. I'm
do.
a yes. We'll go into closed session now. That passes unanimously.
We're closed.